Hello and welcome to the TFT Oceania 30,000 Showdown as part of the OCE by right order. My name is Duffy and I'm joined by my different squad co-stars Ross and Twig. Let's Ross right next to Hector. And Twig, how about yourself, mate? Obviously, you must be very hyped to be joining us back here again for what should be 2 days of thrilling TFT action.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be back on. It's always really exciting watching the best play it out. I think this tournament in particular is going to be rather special, seeing different regions sort of come together, and you know, there's a little bit of banter and it's a little bit of ego stuff, so it's much fun.
Yeah, well, look, heading into this OCE versus SEA showdown, it is not like one of the most serious tournaments like the guys fighting out for spots at Worlds, but this is still a very, very big thing, especially for the SEA players who don't actually have that much of a pathway towards the Worlds. And they have some very, very talented players, and I'm very excited to see them in action. Usually you see a couple of them in like the NA Giant Slayer tournaments, Frosty, but now we're actually going to see them head to head like a regional rivalry, and that's awesome. All right. Here we have some issues with Frosty. So Twig and I will just have a wonderful discussion. I look over to him.
As per usual.
And so look, there is not just regional bragging rights online. I'm pretty sure there's also $2,000 of prizing, 250 for each of the players on the winning team. But we will break down the format for you here very quickly. It is teams of 8 from each region, selected by captains Raza for OCE and Jose Pal for SEA. So for the OCE representatives, we have got the likes of Chunga, Angora, TXE, Admiration, Dawnglade, Escher, and Chubby Bunny. As we see here, we'll run through the representatives in a bit. We do have the format for you. So we've got the 8 representatives per region split into 2 teams. You'll see these 4 teams, so 4 battle it out against each other. We've got the Group A and Group B matchups today, and then we're going to swap it around tomorrow for day 2. And then the highest scoring region of both a day's actions will take home the grand prize pool of $2,000. It is going to be a very, very interesting weekend. It is a bit of an interesting way to do it, 4v4 action. And as you can see here, we do have the 2 groups split up right here. So in Group A, we've got Chunga, Angora, TXE, and Admiration. And then in Group B, we have got for OC, Dawnglade, Escher, Chubby Bunny, and the Captain Razor. And then we've got in all the SEA players, we've got Jose Paulo, Chaos, Shoxy, and Nibia Kingdom rounding out Group A. They'll be taking on the OC Group A very shortly. And then we've got SEA Group B of Araya, Asira, Baljo, and Masterels to round out their representatives. These are all very, very high ranked players. They're all very tightly knit, not just on the OCE ladder, but various ladders around the world like NA. And so this should be making for some absolutely scintillating action. Frosty, I want your take on who do you think potentially out of these 4 groups is going to be the strongest? Okay, hold on. We do not have Frosty apparently here. So Twig, I'm just going to ask you, who when you're looking at these 4 groups, what kind of players stand out to you?
Oh, it's for sure SEU Group A. I think SEU Group A is probably the strongest group. So Group A overall is going to be the one that's probably the most interesting to watch. There's going to be a lot of people that, you look at that player list and you think that all of them could easily get first or second. But I think in particular, the captains of both regions are going to be the highlights for most of it. Jose is absolutely insane. Just yeah, really, really consistent, doing rather well constantly. And I think that Raza's obviously, one of the best in OCE, captain for a reason. It's always going to be a good time.
All right, I think we do have ground control to Frosty. Can we hear you now, mate? Oh, apparently not. No, okay. Look, while we sort out the tech issues with Frosty, we might throw ourselves into game where we will be seeing the SEA Group A, that is Jose Paulo, Chaos, Shoxi, and Anivia Kingdom, playing against the OCE Group A of Chunga, Angora, TXE, and Admiration. As we were speaking about it just a second ago, Jose Paulo is probably, I'm thinking, the player that I'm really watching out for in this lobby. You haven't heard of him before, it's probably because you don't see him in the OCE tournaments, but he is an absolute veteran. One of the best players, if not the best player in SEA right now, has won numerous Giant Slayer tournaments over in NA. And here we see right on his PvE right now, leaned back in his chair. He's got the Hellion start somewhat, but it's not panning out too well for him right now. What do you think, Vic?
I think it's definitely 83 HP at 2-4 is a little bit rough. It's not exactly what you'd like to be seeing, but all things considered, their opener isn't too bad. I think that unit-wise, they're still pretty strong. They get the bow here off Carousel on a 3-cast, that's always really nice. Decided not to slam Sunfire pretty early, try and get the 5-round win streak, more than likely. But could have slammed it to save a little bit of HP, as it is rather strong in the early game.
And yeah, look, from here on out, you're just looking to round out that streak of 5 losses into neutrals while minimizing your HP loss. It's not the strongest board, but we will be seeing a lot of Hellions tonight. I feel it's one of the stronger comps right now, even considering the B patch nerfs that just went out to Tristana and Lulu. What other comps are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see probably Jax is one of the main ones, I think, as far as on the attack damage side of things. I think that we're going to see a lot of Jax, a lot of Hellions. I think that Aphelios here and there for more attack damage. But really, at the end of the day, I think the strongest comps at the moment tend to be the more AP-oriented ones, such as the Heimerdinger late game comp with Ivern, Volley. If you can't hit the Heimerdinger, Vel'Koz works just as well. You can see some 6-redeemed Vel'Koz every now and again. But I think it's just going to be this sort of... The meta is very diverse at the moment. I know that some of the SEA players like to run some non-conventional sort of comps. Like some of them were running Blender when it was, a lot of people had deemed it really bad. And now that it's gotten some buffs, we're probably going to see it here.
And Jose is definitely one of those Blender players that we will be watching out for tonight. He recently won one of the Giant Slayer series playing exclusively Blender. It is a comp that he's found a lot of love of, especially with the Nocturne rework recently, so keep an eye out for that. But also in this lobby right now, we're looking at some of the OCE players as well. The two that you really have to look out for, Chunga and Angora. Friends, they have been friends for quite some time. They held hands in the regional MSI that happened just recently, coming second and third and booking themselves in the regional finals later in September. And so these guys are going to be the players to watch out from OCE, but we do see the two SEA guys going together right now with Apollo and Chaos, and Chaos is going to keep that win streak more than likely.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping the loss streak for Jose is really important as well. So both of them getting what they want. It's really good to see, from a team perspective, it's nice to see the game plan being executed from at least two of the members so far. One of them, yeah, really low HP, but ton of money coming in. The other, highest HP in the lobby, still a decent amount of money coming in, so it does tend to work out rather well. And definitely getting the Draconic hit here is rather important. Really, really nice.
Yeah, that's a really important thing that you brought up there, is the team dynamic of this tournament. Because it is a 4v4 tournament, it is going to be, you're going to see the SEA guys collaborating, making sure they don't contest each other on their boards. So, if you've got the one Rats player pushing Tristana, you only have one of the SEA guys pushing it, trying to potentially sabotage one of the OCE guys that are doing the same thing. And so you're going to see these little micro strategies where very unlikely teams will be contesting each other, but they'll be doing everything in their power to make sure that, if an OCE guy is absolutely running away with a Heimerdinger comp, that no one can contest them in SEA. So this is going to be a really interesting way to see how these teams have developed their strategies. They've been scrimming a little bit to get that cohesion going. And I guess now this is going to be the culmination of it. We do see the very popular Draconic slowly building into an Abomination comp for Jose here. And his items are slowly getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. Decides to slam the Locket here rather than making a Sunfire for the A-Bomb later. Pretty interesting choice. I don't think we see that particularly often. But again, it does really hard spike their board at the moment. Slamming Sunfire does tend to get, not so great in stage 3 and going on to stage 4, so I understand why they didn't go for it. And it does, they have a full frontline board aside from the Ashe, so it makes sense to slam the Leopard here. It's definitely going to spike them now. Hopefully they can stop the bleeding there, as they are getting rather low HP, so they're hoping for maybe a 1 or 2 unit loss here, which it looks like they're going to get.
Yeah, I think it is just it's a 3-unit loss off of the back of that one with the 2 double Hellions pulling out on the board. And I do hear from production that ground control to Frosty for a 3rd time. Do we have you?
Houston, it looks like Frosty's in. Looks like Frosty's in. Finally.
Yay.
Finally.
Wonderful to hear you, mate. Well, I may as well give you a good introduction. First of all, how are you going today, mate?
I am, well, a bit of a rocky start here, but I am ready to see some wonderful TFT just like we're watching right now.
Yeah, look, it's shaping up to be quite a good game. I was talking to Twig earlier about, who we're expecting to see, the kind of strategies. Is there any one player in this lobby that you're looking out for?
Well, the one that we're looking at right now, Jose, has been one of OCE's finest players for the longest time, but is repping Team C simply because he's come over from C server and has proven to dominate for the most part here, consistently rank 1, showing good performances through tourney. Yeah, I'd say that Jose is one to watch.
Yeah, it sounds like that's pretty much the consensus across the board, is that Jose will be doing some damage. He is, struggling. He's only, probably 1 loss away from getting his stimmy now. That's always part of this set, is part of step 5.5, is now you get the Divine Blessing when you drop below 40 HP. Can give you anything from the new Tomb of Traits, to just some golden items to help you stabilize your board, and everyone kind of gets the same sort of, as they quote it on the NA server, the stimmy. So, once Jose gets it, he can kind of communicate that with the rest of his team, and you'll see what his board is. Where do you think he's going to take his board from here, though, Twig?
I honestly have no idea. I think they're probably just going to go 7 after Carousel and try and roll down and hit something to stop the bleeding. They're not really building up to anything. They're sort of just playing what they hit at the moment. They haven't really hit anything. I also love that it's been maybe under 10 minutes and we've already caster cursed someone. They're 43 HP at 3-3. It's really not ideal, but we started the show off by saying yeah, they're the one to watch. They're at 31 HP now and I've just caster cursed them. And again, it's kind of crazy. It's going to be interesting to see what the shimmy is, but shouldn't be too bad. They definitely get first pick here, so it should be at a half decent spot to pick something up and go from there. They do get Brand, which is a choice.
This confirms what I was going to say. Jose has been playing a lot of Assassins recently, not only in the Fight Night weeks and such, but also on ladder here as well. And pretty much looking through his match history and on stream, he's been playing a lot of Assassins. Now, looking at this board, it might not look like Jose is trying to go towards Assassins here, but if you watch through some of his games, this is a very regular position that you'll find Jose in, where Jose will take a lot of losses early. You'll be trying to go towards building up as much economy as possible here. And that's honestly what the Draconic is in for right now, is just purely to try to get as much economy, to try to hit as many of these Assassins as possible. Has to level up to level 7 here, though, just to try to stem the bleeding a little bit, because in this position, it's really scary. You don't really have any Nocturnes, you don't have any of the stabilizing units here, and you can guarantee that, if Jose's not careful, he might just get knocked out early.
Well, there is 2 things in his favor that he's got for him. It's the 3/6 Radiant Armory, and he also, as you just saw at the end there with the Stimmy, he did get a Tomb of Traits, and he's actually holding on to it, which probably lends into that playstyle as you're saying, Frosty, is he might be holding on until he gets Assassins on board or a few more revs, because the Tomb of Traits is actually weighted depending on what you are showing on board. So if he has the Assassin traits in, he'll be more likely to get an Assassin spat out of it. But as we swap here to Admiration, we do get to see the Radiant Armory. Twig, I'm going to throw it to you. He is running an A-bomb board. What kind of items did you like out of that armory for him?
Well, they're definitely going to be looking to pivot into either a Vel'Koz or a Heimer and then play the front line, the usual standard one. So I think that while Glamorous Gauntlet and Hextech Lifeblade are appealing, Shroud is just so good. Giving mana to everything is really important. Taking mana away from the enemy also really important when AP comps are as good as they are. So yeah, I think it's a really solid choice. They've already got 2 items for their backline units. They don't want to stack their backline that heavily this early. So I think that picking up the Shroud here is really important.
Yeah,
And do
I
like
love this Shroud choice here as well. I think it lends very well into the playstyle. And not something that we haven't talked about, or well, I haven't been hearing a lot recently, is the team mechanics and how it all plays into the 4v4 nature of everything here. And Shroud is one of those things where if you're more weighted to try to play against teammates, you can actually just move your Shroud out of the way to prevent big losses from happening if you're in a really strong position.
And it's probably like it's like one of those items that can actually do that. You know, you've got the same with like the Zephyr as well. It's just like, well, I might just move my Zephyr off your carry if you know that you're going to come up into combat with one or the other. Guys, we do move back to Jose here, who has managed to stabilize somewhat. He got his first win after getting Radiant item. He did pick up the Radiant Zeke's Herald there. But you know, he's pivoting into that Assassin's board as we saw earlier, and he got the what is that Legion Esbat down there?
Yeah. Legion Esbat is definitely not what they were wanting to hit here, but it's not going to be the end of the world for them. They do have Last Whisper on Nocturne already with the Radiant Zeeks, which is, you know, it's always handy. It's always nice. But yeah, definitely didn't want the Legion Esbat. Now just going for the roll down, picking up all the assassins that they can, all the units that they want to put in their endgame comp. Heimerdinger here is really, you know, it's nice as well. Try and take it away from anyone who's trying to run it later.
It's a very interesting one to try to fit in. You try to think of the logistics of how one would fit a Legionnaire spat in, because with the Legionnaire rework that we saw in the latest patch here, Legionnaire no longer a overall a weaker trait, I'd say. It's definitely a more sought after trait nowadays. But even still, it's hard to fit in a composition like Assassin's here where it doesn't naturally lend itself into being played so. It might just be an unfortunate start for Jose here, where we might just be finishing the game a little bit early. But as you can see, Assassin Spike so hard, especially with the roll down, and Shunga's only at 40 gold. I think that Jose has still got a bit of life left in him.
Well, this was the exact comp that we were expecting him to play. He is a bit of a blender fanatic, and he's got another crit glove for him, which he'll be absolutely loving. So you know he's on 25 HP, but it's not the end of the world for Jose. He can come back from here. He's 3 Nocturnes away from that crucial Nocturne 3, and still has an item slot as well, which you know, slam a Deathblade, slam an IE, take a pick. You can slam whatever he wants on it as long as he actually gets the Nocturne 3 up, and you know he can come back in this lobby.
Yeah, definitely not the end of the world. There's still a lot to hit though. They're definitely probably they're feeling more comfortable. I don't know if they're feeling, you know, fully comfortable just yet. Does slam the Banshee's Claw, which is rather nice here, I think. Giving Nocturne that little bit of CC denial is always nice, because again, if Nocturne gets CC'd once in a fight, it's pretty rough. But especially with Last Whisper Runans here, they're in a really good spot. Hopefully they can end up hitting the 3rd item soon, but they might have to greed out until a full item carousel. Hopefully not though, because you know there's a lot of rounds between then and now.
Yeah, and before I just throw it back to you there, Frosty, I do want to point out that if you haven't really been paying attention to set 5.5 and Dawn of Heroes, is that Banshee's Claw, it used to be called Trap Claw, has changed from past sets, as we see this Gallery just be absolutely unkillable. But, you know, it is the 1 unit loss against a teammate. It's not the end of the world. It is probably the best loss he could have hoped to have taken. But it is now Banshee's Claw, and it now gives you CC protection either side of the unit that holds the claw as well. So it is a lot more powerful than the Trap Claw of old. It doesn't necessarily do like that stunning mechanic or the jump mechanic as it once did. So it is quite actually a potent item and very handy for these carry comps where you don't want to slam a QSS.
Oh, absolutely here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about Jose going down into lower health totals here. Unfortunately, because the way that Jose's board is looking, usually when you start getting a little bit lower in health, you start wanting to try to potentially affect the other opponent's side of the board here. So, for example, Jose may start to try to deny specific units from other reroll compositions that you might see. So we've been seeing we saw a player playing rats over in the side, Hellions. You might be looking to try to deny some of that, but I think Jose's in this really weird spot where he just doesn't have any gold to do that. So probably just has to think less about the team and more just about trying to stay alive here. But it'll be interesting to see whether Jose tries to go for that sort of playstyle.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, seeing that Galio just obliterating everything was rather hilarious as, you know, a unit that, you know, a lot of us tend to sort of look down on and think doesn't do too much. Does grab, I think that was the Viego with the glove, which is a rather nice pickup here for Assassin. Rather nice.
Yeah, well, the glove itself is nice. If it's on the Viego as well, he's jumping around. I can't bloody well see it. But either way, the glove is a nice pickup. You know, as playing assassins, you do want to just stack that crit chance on all your assassin units as much as possible. It is on the Viego as well, so that gets him the 4 assassin, which is a very, very nice power spike. He is hitting some level ups here as well. He's getting that Revenant 2 for the Fiddlesticks 2 with the Revenant on it. That helps keep Tom alive. He's now putting in that 4 Assassin 3 Revenant. This is Jose's comfort zone. But now we pivot to his compatriot in Chaos, who has that wonderful Archangel's Galio that is tearing up the lobby.
That's it. Earth Angel staff, potentially one of the stronger just single carry items here. We don't typically see a lot of AP at the moment. We've been focusing on a lot of AD compositions at the start of set 5.5. You know, units like Heimerdinger, like Vel'Koz are still there, but they've fallen off a little bit instead. So we've been seeing a lot of players starting to pivot into reroll compositions like Jax. Well, less Jax and more so the Tristanas. We've even been seeing some reroll Vara, some reroll Callista, all these sorts of different things here. So it's really interesting to see just the Earth Angel stuff coming out and being really strong, especially on a unit that you really wouldn't expect it to be strong on, such as Galio here, getting that insane heal off.
I mean, that's just the power of the Archangels, yeah, and the Stoneplate. Like, he is just so strong right now, and obviously the Stoneplate is the resistance boost for him, but it is totally unkillable. And, you know, as long as you've got that massive Galio drawing the aggro away from the Jax in this comp, that's exactly what you want. He's only got the one item on it right now, but, you know, as it gets later into the game, he can maybe find one of those full items, take the Last Whisper off the Irelia if he can, and, you know, that Jax becomes a very, very scary carry with that Galio able to take all the front line. That's if it doesn't run right into the arms of a Vel'Koz.
Yeah, for sure. Not perfect positioning there from the Jax, but it was definitely trying. I think from here, the main thing they're looking for is just rounding out what items they can. I think definitely removing the Last Whisper from Irelia is going to help. Running Jax carry, it's kind of nice. I'm not too sure what the Draven 2 is doing there. They might elect to have that run as the carry, but I think that the Jax Knight strong is the Jax Knight's comp is a little bit stronger than a Draven Forgotten 1 at the moment.
I have heard rumblings of a knight-based Draven build in of itself here, so there is the potential for Kajals to move the items straight onto the Draven here, if so choosing, in a decent position as well. Has 7 Threshers.
Yeah, and you do see, just before we cut over to Jose here, Chaos does push to level 8 and try to level, and onto here, Jose is on Dire Straits, only 2 HP left. He does have the Volley Bay in though, hit the 1% Volley Bay there, that's very good. He's just looking for one more, two more Nocturnes to try and round out his comp, but just hasn't been able to hit it yet. It might be Dire Straits for, you know, the guy that we were hyping up as the potential king of SEA.
It'd be very funny if we cast a curse to them right off the bat. I think them going 8th immediately would be just like such a perfect opener to this tournament, and it would make so much sense. That being said, I don't want to see it happen. I want to see this Assassin comp make the comeback. However, this Jax is... no, it's not going to pick it. There's no way. Right. Not yet. Not yet.
I bet you Soxy's a little bit happy there that he didn't actually knock out his teammate. He gives Jose another life there. You know, but once one of the Aussie guys comes up against Jose, you know, they'll be all guns blazing trying to get rid of it. I would be interested to see if, like, some of the Aussie guys have seen Jose's board state and they've gone, you know what, no Nocturnes for you. We're going to hold all the Nocturnes in the lobby. You have no econ to roll for it. It's just going to go away.
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly, and I mean, you'll see. I think we saw, we see
Yeah, we
as
did.
you jump around there, there's at least being 6 Nocturnes being held onto, and that's just the brutal nature of this format here. We see Chunga holding 5 Nocturnes there, specifically just to deny Jose. Chunga knows Jose is in a very precarious spot right now, and has plenty of gold, plenty of life as well, is in a comfortable position, and on top of that, is rolling for 3 costs. So it actually benefits him to hold onto the Nocturnes there, because it gets him closer towards those crucial Nidalees and Rivens.
Well, we can wrap it up now. I think SEA are the winners because TXE is the first person out. The OCE, one of the OCE representatives on the OCE Team A here. So I guess, Frosty was speaking about it before, but your SEA fandom has come to fruition.
Absolutely. It looks like the Seaman will stand strong for the time being as TXE goes out first. And I'm an Australian myself here, and I wanted to get it out of here. There is absolutely no bias whatsoever. I'm just here to see good TFT today, and I just think that C just plays better. So there you go. There you have it.
Yeah, well, my counterpoint to that is OC has 1 top 8 at Worlds and SEA doesn't. So we can go from there. We won't look at the how things are formatted, but I'll stand up for my countrymen. Jose is very happy to stay alive. It does take the win streak off admiration as well, which is a big claim. Twig.
You might not be biased, Frosty. You definitely are, but you might not be. I'm absolutely biased. I'll own up to it. I'll say it live. I am definitely rooting for OCE here. As an Australian, I feel like it would be a little bit strange not to. However, that being said, we've been talking about Jose far too much compared to the rest of the lobby. But I do really hope that they manage to pull off this assassin comeback, because I think that it's interesting and you don't see it enough.
It's interesting. Talking about interesting, we move over to Admiration here, who is playing a little bit more of what I would call an OCE tech. We've been seeing a lot of Raza playing in a 4 Spellweaver composition built around getting a Spellweaver Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks, not usually your typical carry for a lot of these compositions here, but it looks like is just playing it without the Fiddlesticks here, and is first placed in the lobby by a wide margin here. It's very impressive to say the least.
And as we see down the bottom there, just on Admiration screen, Jose has hit his Nocturne 3. But yeah, like you said, Frosty there, he's running it without the Fiddlesticks Spellweaver, but he does have the Ziggs on board. He'll probably be looking to ditch that and pray for a Spellweaver spat at some time. We do know that there's a Tomb of Traits in the Divine Blessing, so if he does drop below 40 HP, he does have a chance of rolling it within that. But, he could also make one. He just has to hit the right items.
The TFT player's eternal conundrum of, do you just hit or do you not just hit? One that will never really be decided. It is a constant battle like good and evil, like we've seen in this set. Players will forever be doubting whether they have the ability to just hit or not. So it looks like Jose has decided to pick the path of good here for the time being and has decided to hit. But Shoxy, on the other hand, is also dangling precariously low at 3 health here. Well, Jose also fights alongside of his teammate here, trying to stay alive.
Yeah, very low health lobby at the moment. It's very, very top heavy here. It's going to be a bit tough to figure out who's going to go out first, considering that they're all 1 loss and then just immediately gone. So I think we've got our top 4, maybe our top 3 pretty, set here now, with Junga, Chaos, and I can't make out who that is at the top.
Admiration's at the top.
Admiration. There. Sweet. That is the Jax 2 now, though, so that's a little bit tough. Well, we'll see. One of them's gone.
It's a fight to survive here as we see Shoxy coming up against Jose. Never feels good to eliminate a teammate here, but honestly, looking at Jose's board, Jose's finally hit his power spike here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Jose taking down Shoxy, though this Jax is trying to stand strong. The power of just this 3-star Nocturne alongside this composition, just too much to handle.
And Anivia Kingdom does make it to neutrals themselves with 1 HP spare, so maybe the comeback can come from here. We've got the Chaos versus Admiration battle at the top. It is very, very tight. That Scion is very hard to kill, but Chaos does come out on top. Admiration still above that 40 HP threshold, so not getting his Divine Blessing yet, while the rest of the lobby has. And look, this could be the mark for a slight comeback for SEA in this lobby. It is 3 OCE players in the top 4 right now, but Angora is within that 1 lost death range. But Jose Paulo is on that fire win streak with that Nocturne 3. Where do you see this lobby heading from here, Twig? Who, if you're going to place a bet now at neutrals, who do you think is going to win it from here?
Win it from here, Admiration, I'd say, probably. I think that Jose is probably going to sneak into top 4 somehow. But I think that the Chaos definitely has an argument, because they are getting a little bit closer to a rather nice capped board, especially at level 8. Still rolling for the Thresh 3-star. I don't know if they're going to be able to hit it this late into the game, but they're going to try. Still looking for 4 Forgotten as well, potentially. Might drop down to 2, chuck the Jackson instead, but I don't think so. No, there it goes. There's the 4 Forgotten, just chucking in the Vayne. It's not ideal, obviously. You never really want to have a Vayne on board at 6-1 unless it's 3-star with Jeweled Gauntlet and all of the other carry Vayne items, but also you don't really want that either unless you're Andrew.
Oh, look, I am a bit of an aficionado of the Forgotten Vayne. It was my favorite thing when I saw that, there was potential for the Forgotten rework in this set. And I was like, oh, it just brings back the Dusk Vayne memories from set 4. Absolutely love that comp. But as you can see there, Jose is doing some major damage to the rest of the lobby. Angora has dropped out, so that is one of the OCE players gone, and it is now 2 OCE reps with Chunga on 1 HP and 3 of the SEA reps left. I think the last person Admiration wants to face off here is Chunga himself, because then he knocks him out into the bot 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Anivia holding on with 1 health here, saying bar bet to you too, is kind of surprised, really. I didn't expect to see the lobby this close. Usually these players are it's very top stack. It's either, a very close lobby or it's a very stacked lobby here. And we've got a completely stacked lobby, and this doesn't happen this often, so very surprising to see just so many players holding on by the nick of the teeth. I don't know. I'm stunned here. Skin of the teeth. That's the one. Words are tough right now. There's some important TFT going on, and Chunga's out.
Oh no, not Chunga. That's rough for OCE. That's definitely not ideal. I think Admiration's going to lose this combat too, and they do. They do have a rather significant health advantage on the rest of the lobby. So I imagine that a top 2 here is basically secured. Probably going to end up getting the first. They've got 52 HP, level 8. They're going to be able to go 9 and roll down for something else just to cap out the board as much as possible. They're going to definitely see next carousel. I don't think that they're going to make it to the next PvE round, but they definitely could. Yeah, they're in a really nice spot. They're probably just going to go 9 and roll it down at 6-5.
I wonder if all the SEA guys here are kind of banding together as being like, oh my god, we've got to try and keep Jose alive, because I think Jose is the best chance for SEA to win this lobby. His Nocturne 3 is still undefeated. And you know what? From what a early game spot he found himself in, he certainly managed to stabilize his board nicely.
Jose definitely comfortable with these sorts of positions here, as you see that Admiration will finally do the deed on Kajaus, knocking him out, and now it is time for the Battle of the Titans. We've got Jose on 2 health, has to play this immaculately against Admiration, who has got a sizable health lead, but we've seen these health leads, they go awfully quickly, especially when you've got a board like Jose, and picking up another Zeke's Herald here is only going to make this matchup tougher for Admiration.
Definitely a rather rough spot for Admiration to find themselves in. I think that this 3-star Nocturne is almost certainly going to take this one out, especially with the new Zeke's pickup. It's really, really helpful. However, not being able to see Admiration's roll down, they might hit something spectacular that just completely changes everything. Did end up going 9. Here it is. I'm trying to figure out what they put in. Put in a Teemo. That's rather helpful. They've got a Garen on bench with a Titans that they're going to hold on to and then probably put in once it hits 2-star over something. Yeah, this could be the final fight. Nocturne's knocked up and deleted immediately. Don't know if there's going to be enough CC to slow it down for the rest of the combat, though. Here's a sec. Yeah, that's it.
And that will be game 4, game 1. We have the OCE representative Admiration taking it out for the boys down under. But it was a very valiant fight from the SEA lads who managed to have 3 top 4s there, which is very, very good for the point system. Obviously, the teams will be combining their points. It's not just one individual who has to carry the load, it's the entire team. And you know what? It doesn't matter if you don't go first, if the rest of your team goes 2, 3, 4 Frosty.
Absolutely, and you see the teamwork between everyone on the team SEE coming into play there. I did want to shout out to Admiration though for actually playing a really good game of TFT, even though my clear C bias is showing through right about now. You know, finding a bit of a niche comp to pick up there and not finding anybody else to contest on Vel'Koz there, really important for his ability to streak throughout that game.
Twig, final thoughts on that game?
I'm just happy that OC's got a first already. I think that's really all I can ask for. Again, also just can't believe the Nocturne made it back from that abysmal spot that they were in at the start of the game. So yeah, it's really good TFT.
Well, that is the power of Jose's blender. We'll be seeing plenty more of it of this weekend, but we still have 5 more games left for today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be throwing to a short break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to the TFT Oceania versus Southeast Asia Showdown presented by Order. We have wrapped up with game 1 of this weekend with the OCE boys Admiration taking out the win, but hotly contested by a strong SEA contingent in the top 4. We will be jumping into game 2 shortly, but Frosty, I want to hear your thoughts of, what do you like about game 1?
Well, the Seamen had a really good showing there. I think that their ability to find compositions that weren't being hotly contested by the OCE players was perhaps one of the strongest plays there. The one thing I'm a little bit concerned on is probably moving forwards. I really want to see maybe Jose not stick with Assassins as much out of fear of being contested, as I feel like a lot of the OCE players sort of have dialed in his number and know exactly the playstyle that they're going to be looking for. But the question is, will they be able to stop him after what we just saw?
Yeah, well, that is the big question that we're looking at there. And you did just see the scores up with those 3 top 4s from the SEA guys. They have taken a lead, 23 points to 18. Obviously, there is no individual scoring in this tournament. It is just who is the best from each region, and those regions get added up together. And each player's scores that's their regional total from the groups. And we'll be throwing into game 2 right now. Obviously, with a 5-point lead, the OCE guys might be doing that contesting on comps from Jose, who has quite a unique board compared to most guys. But we are jumping on board right now with the game 1 winner, Admiration. Twig, are you expecting to see a little change up from the OCE strategy?
Probably more contesting on Jose. I think that you just can't let them get knocked down. They're gonna play that literally every game here. I reckon. I think that it's pretty easy for OCE just to say, nah, we'll sacrifice a bit of gold across the lot of us just to make sure that you can't play the game. This is a crazy good opener from Admiration though. If you see this, you're pretty happy. So that's always good to see. Hopefully back to back first. It'll be good for OCE to get some more points. They're not that far behind after game 1, thanks to the first place. So I'm expecting them to overtake in this lobby.
Fair enough. Admiration actually going with Fabled. Is that the Fabled one item spatula star with it pretty much infinite gold that I am seeing right now? That's absolutely massive. And has a 4 Forgotten star here. I mean, this is the stuff of dreams right now, Dougie. I honestly, it's not every game you see this sort of stuff, that's for sure.
He's got the 2-star vein. You know where I want to go from here.
All.
Can he go for the carry vein comp? Can he do it for me just once? Look, there's 2 things that I want to see this weekend. One of them is someone playing carry vein. The second one is someone playing chug jog. If we get the carry vein game in game 2, I'm going to be stoked.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah.
Admiration pressed level up. And if that's the case, we're not going to be seeing a carry vein. Now, I don't want to stifle you here, but there will be, if this Admiration gets the proper items for it, we will be seeing a carry vein that will be used to transition into other units here. But we're not going to see a full-on, just straight-up a vein that just blazes the entire team.
You didn't have to ruin my dreams like that, alright?
But I did. But I did.
God, I wish you could see the disappointment on their face, Frosty. It's brilliant. It makes me so happy knowing that this comp isn't going to get played. It's so boring to watch. Every single time I see it played, it actually just it puts me to sleep. I really don't like carry vein. Slamming the Cavalier spat here is awesome though. I love it. I think that 4 Forgotten openers are really nice. Thresh is just such a fun unit. If I want to see any carry Forgotten unit, I want to see Thresh. I want to see Thresh carry. Because the hook, dude, I've seen some things against Aphelios where that hook just one-shots it, and it's so powerful.
Absolutely. Now, I will say, though, a Cavalier spat, as you mentioned, a great slam here. We see a lot of compositions tending to run towards a rel side of things here. But there was a reroll composition that we saw a few patches ago that did make use of Cavalier spat in the MF carry here. Now, since Admiration doesn't really have any items yet, it's hard to say what exactly Admiration will be trying to look towards. But Cavalier is overall just a very solid slam, simply because a lot of compositions run rel. There's just inherently usually another Cavalier in there, so I love it.
Dude, I don't know what Cavalier comp you're talking about, man. It never happened. There is no Warren Bussing say. It's that comp never existed, and nobody's ever played it before.
That's it.
Yeah.
We'll hushed. We'll keep our ideas hushed for the time being, shall we?
There's many comps in TFT that's a bit like that. Like, like no one talks about Warwick. No one talks about Warwick. Now no one talks about Cavalry Roll.
Dude,
Just don't remember that.
Okay, both of those are like nowhere near as bad as like Glacials were. Like I have to okay, somebody reminded me of Glacials the other day, and I like had a mental breakdown. Like it's so painful watching that comp. It's look at how far we've come though. Like none of the comps in the game at the moment are like that. Nothing like okay, maybe rats, but like it's not that bad, guys. It's not that bad.
It's all doom and gloom for the TFT players. It's always been like that. Let's be real.
Yeah, well,
Always think of the bad.
You know what they say? It's never a first. It's always an eighth when it comes to playing TFT here. But speaking about first or eighth, Angora unfortunately finds himself tied eighth for the time being here. Who is, I may say, looking awfully handsome today. By the way, Angora, I just will say, did actually ask me to shout him out. So this is my obligatory one shout out for a non-C player today. So there you go, Angora. You can absolutely say that I have shouted you out now for the time being, but has chosen to go for a Draconic start here on a bit of a loss streak. And I just love this Draconic opener here. I don't know about you all, but turns out having a lot of money in a game like TFT based around economy is pretty good, right?
I mean, yeah, the Draconic start is good for that. Like, it used to be just like you played Draconic the whole way through, but even now it's like you just take it for the econ, and it's just so good if you can get it in before that 2-3 kind of point, and generate the earlier the better. He does have, like, obviously it was a spat opener for everyone. He does have the potential Spellweaver spat to go towards, which would be quite potent. You can run a similar comp to what Admiration was trying to do last game. There's just plenty of options to play for from here. I think he's actually gonna. Oh no, never mind. Syndra does Syndra things. Didn't get the Kali cast off, but he won't be happy. He will be happy with keeping his loss streak there.
Absolutely, a perfect loss as well. It's just going to be really interesting to see exactly what direction all these players are going to take with this bad start. We already see over at Anivia's board there, who has already slammed a Spellweaver spat there. And we were looking before at TXE, has slammed an Assassin spat. So the usual composition that Jose already tries to go towards is going to be contested in this game. So Jose is going to either have to just, absolutely, bear down and just accept the fact that he's going to be contested, or he's going to have to play something different.
I'm hoping for something different. I think that anytime there's two assassin players in the same lobby, they both don't succeed. Like you could play different assassin units, but I think that it's pretty unlikely. Like they could go, yes, I'm gonna. They could hold hands and handshake a roll for Lee Sin and I'll roll for Nocturne and just leave it at that, and they both take 3 costs out of the pool. Kind of doubt that's gonna happen. But I imagine that one of them is gonna end up going, okay, I'll move on. You can have it. Whoever hits first.
Will it be then just like a race to the Nocturne 2 then? Like just decide, like for say the Assassin players, is like whoever gets Nocturne 2 first is probably going to be geared towards getting that Nocturne 3 first, or is it going to be a more item dependent kind of way?
Well, in this instance here, I'd say that Jose is pretty much signed out already of trying to go for Assassins and has gone for a really interesting adaptation. You don't usually see a Renewer slat being slammed straight away, but that's exactly what we're seeing on Jose's board, who has got that Renewer Yasuo. I am, for one, I'm really interested to see exactly where this game is going. Finds a Tome of Traits right here, but no Renewer. It would have been excellent to see a 6 Renewer game. It's not something that you're usually used to seeing in your average game of TFT, but unfortunately looking like it's not going to be the case.
Hey, there's still the stimmy to happen. There could still be another Tome of Traits in the stimmy. Getting 2 in one game is very, very unlikely, but it could definitely happen.
Well, I'm going to put my hands together and we're going to pray. We're going to pray with all our heart here to see something really cool happen in game number 2 here.
I'm just gonna pray to the Radiant Lord Dog behind me. You know, we can get that going. Hopefully, he gives us good luck this game.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are praying for the SEA player. I'll keep my bias up for the rest of the show. I'm really interested to see how what Jose's endgame board is going to be from here. Like, I'm completely confused. I don't know what's happening. I don't think I've really seen anyone slam a renewal spat this early. Like, I can see it with the Vladimir that they had earlier. It's a pretty good spike, especially now they've got 4 Nightbringer in. Their board really, really strong. It's just pivoting this into a late game comp with a Nightbringer and a Renewer spat. It's a bit interesting because Vladimir late game isn't that great. Nightbringer late game, not with Renewer.
Well, I just so happen to know a very, very strong Renewer 5 cost that just so happens to have dominated a good half of a set here in the name of Heimerdinger. And Heimerdinger just so happens to be very, very strong with 6 Renewer, pretty much being able to instantly cast time and time again due to the fact that the HP regain is just so strong that more often than not, you got to be getting that extra 10% mana generation. And with Heimerdinger's pool being so big, getting that extra mana generation in there can be absolutely massive.
Well, yeah, it's 200 mana for Heimer, and it's just one of his biggest downfalls is the fact that he can't generate enough of it, and so that's why you see like the Trojan slams on Heimers often. Having the Renewer is just like so powerful, and then when you can maximize that to try and push the 4 and 6 values, it's just extraordinary for the comp.
Absolutely. As we see, Jose here is still continuing to roll down, is really trying to maximize their potential win streak. As we move over to Kajaus here, who is playing a little bit more of a standard composition. We see a Riven 2, we see a Karma on the field here with a Dawnbringer spat already. Dawnbringer is not something that we're usually used to seeing in a big vertical trait here. We usually see Dawnbringers in, say, 2 or 4s at most nowadays, but with a Dawnbringer spat, there is potential to see something big happening here.
And as we head into this carousel, we will be jumping on board with the Southeast Asian representatives as they talk through their strategies and maybe a bit of banter.
Need the sword. Can I have the sword?
Yeah, take
Need-
the sword.
Okay, I'll take the sword.
I think it's good. I think it's good. Dream spot.
Dude, I'm
Oh
18 low.
no! Fuck!
Oh
if
no,
every
I can't take
spot-
this. I can't take the sword. Oh no.
Why not?
My
Makes us
Nuno
negative.
combines. Now I have a random sword on
take?
Nuno.
Did I just take blue buff here?
Try to give me the Yasuo, or yeah, take it if you need to.
Wait, was
I'll
that you?
take- No,
Oh, wait, was that you? I didn't notice.
no. That was Ever. It's fine. You should take it. You should take it.
Wait, that wasn't you, right?
No, that wasn't me.
Okay.
Timmy's tomb. Timmy's tomb.
Well, as we
What?
just heard
Give me a
the SEA guys slowly breaking down,
Two or
trying to
two
figure out what
items?
items are the right way to go. Who was it? Like, one of the SEA guys was worried about combining their Nunu with the sword, and you've got the Chaos looking in for the blue buff there. It's that's kind of the strategy that you see in these 4v4 tournaments across the.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And this sort of organization between the players is critical here. We talked about not mixing units, but items can also be something that you got to figure out between players here, and trying to find the optimal mix so that everybody gets something that's useful for them, and you don't end up screwing over half of the team here. So it's just really interesting to listen in with these players and get a good idea of where their head's at.
Angora has double Spellweaver spat, by the way. Not sure if you guys noticed that. That is quite something.
Yes! Yes! See it.
And these are the sorts of things that you love to see from double spat starts, right? As something that you're not usually used to seeing all too much. But I mean, the power of a 6 Spellweaver it's really strong. It's really, really strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it at all.
And as we see, we are at 3-6. We have the Radiant Armory, and that was the Bloodthirster pick up there for Chaos. But we are now on board with Admiration, who is not Admiration, Angora, who is looking at Admiration's very, very strong board. Has taken his first loss though. He's got a couple of good items here. The Banshee's Silence, obviously the team wide. Banshee's Claw. Now he's actually chosen the Frozen Heart of Gold.
Yeah, Frozen Heart of Gold, absolutely insane at the moment. We hear a lot of players that will say that Frozen Heart at the moment is a very underrated item, simply because of just how strong it is. You'll see a lot of players in Hellion reroll as such will typically prioritize trying to get a Frozen Heart on their cannon rather than a lot of other items, simply because of just how strong it is here. So I love this Frozen Heart pickup by Angora.
Yeah, as you said, super underrated item. It's seeing a lot of like slam potential nowadays. As you know, if you build a Sunfire, you don't really want any other chain vests like ever. So it tends to work out because a lot of the time you don't really want more than one tier item. So anytime you've got spares, it's a really easy item to combine. It does so much work against AD comps, and it also does like a fair bit against AP comps, as most of them, you know, still need to generate mana. So if you can put on an assassin that can jump into the backline, it's going to slow everything down, and that makes it a lot easier to win most combats.
Or, you know, as like that cannon that just bashes through the front line straight to the furthest unit away, you know, that does get the cannon and the Frozen Heart slow across all the board. But, you know, even on like just a frontline unit, it can really slow down the mana generation. And, you know, with big units like Galio or the big tanky ones that have to generate a ton of mana to make sure that they're tanky enough to tank the first set of spells, you know, they can actually just be bursted down before they have enough attacks in to actually cast their first spell.
Yeah, that's it. And honestly, it's just one of the items that I feel like a lot of players look at and they say, I should pick this up, but there's a damage item on the armory here. And, you know, I think that's the mark of a really good player, is being able to identify the difference between when you need good offensive items and when you need a really strong frontline item to, you know, supplement everything that's going on. As we look at TXE's board here, who has chosen to complement his Infinity Edge with a Radiant Last Whisper. I believe it's an Eternal Whisper, if my memory serves me correctly.
You would be correct.
Excellent, excellent. See, look, the little bit of research that we do here does in fact pay off, folks.
Look, the one that I've committed to memory is Vrapala Stoneplate. I cannot pronounce it, but that is the Radiant Stoneplate name.
As I mentioned before, though, I'll be calling that one the Stacked Stone Plate because I know that I will butcher it every single time.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty content sticking to Radiant Stoneplate on that one. As long as we don't call it Shadow, I think we're doing a pretty good job.
We haven't slipped up there yet, which I'm proud of. That was the one thing I was worried about coming into this, is I'm going to say Shadow item at one point in time.
These Fiddlesticks items are incredible.
Yeah, this is the big point of the composition here for Angora. Angora finally hitting this power spike, has a Fiddle too, and has really good items on this Fiddle as well. Fiddle with the ability to jump into the middle of a team, and also applying a 50% attack slow on all of them. It's pretty dang strong. As you see, the amount of damage that it deals here with 4 Spellweaver is absolutely disgusting, and it doesn't stop either.
Yeah, and I really do like the Titan's Resolve on Fiddlesticks here. Before the set launch, I had a chance to sit down with Mortdog and we were talking about like the kind of comps that, you know, that he was really enjoying running during playtests. And this Fiddlesticks comp, where he was just jumping in with the Titan's Resolve, and just farming up the stacks that way and throwing in other items like the Frozen Heart to slow attack speed. It was one of his favorite comps when we were playtesting, and you can see why it's so strong right now with the Spellweaver spat.
Yeah, for sure. Pushing over to TXE now. Looking at the Nocturne comp again. Still rolling down. Only has 5 at 4-3 with 10 gold left. Definitely not the spot they were hoping to be in. However, the 3-star pike it's nice. You know, it's not great. It's nice. It's something that you'd like in addition to the Nocturne. But, you know, this is the spot they found themselves in. And we'll see how they go from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, a lot of the playstyle between the assassin players do actually tend to carry over here, but it looks like TXE is a little bit less focused on trying to save up economy throughout the rounds here, and instead is trying to maintain a good health total, which is going to serve him well up until this point where he runs into his own teammate Chung, who deals him an absolutely devastating loss with a stacked Aphelios. And this is where it can start to get a little bit scary when you're not quite at the point at which you can just fully send it for a Nocturne 3, but you're starting to really dwindle in health total here. It's starting to get a little scary.
And Aphelios is one of those comps that we're starting to see now since the Aphelios rework. I think that was in 11-15. He got a massive change to the amount of damage that he does with his ability and the targeting of it, and it's been picked up a bit slowly. It's not like one of the S tier comps, but it's definitely up there. You've played it a bit yourself, Twig. What do you think of the comp?
I think it's definitely good. I think that you need to hit some of the units early, but then at the same time you need to have a lot of HP because you do need to go rather late with it. I think that the comp only really wins at 8 and 9, but you do sometimes have to roll down on 7, which isn't great. We do see the forbidden let's not talk about it Cav reroll comp here from Admiration. Yeah, I'm just, remembering when this was, 7 out of 8 people were running in every single game, and I'm losing my words. It's too painful.
It was 7 out of 8 people running it, and somehow all of them had 3 stars.
Yeah.
Even though there's like 25 2 costs in the pool for each of the units.
Listen, I don't do math. I'm here to play TFT.
The classic TFT player. The classic TFT player. But having a peek over at Jose's board, has actually managed to make the fabled, I believe it was 6 Nightbringer, 4 Renewer composition work here with an unkillable Yasuo. You want to talk about a composition that's really spicy here? I mean, we got to look over at Jose's board, but as I mentioned that, it looks like Anivia Kingdom has actually gone out in 8th, an unfortunate showing after the last game's top 4. And, I mean, for people who, might not realize it, Anivia and I have a little bit of history. It's a little bit weird to try to explain it.
Are you good,
It's a little
bro?
bit weird to try to explain it on stream here, but for the longest time, I'm just going to refer to him as my son, alright? Let's just keep it at that. I'll keep it $1.50 with you all. He's not actually my son, but he's my son, alright?
This is why he's simping for SEA so much, betraying his countrymen.
What can I say?
Familial ties.
What can I say? Family is everything.
Dude, how good is Radiant Redemption here with Foreigner there? It's actually crazy.
Not as good as a, Radiant Death Cap on a 2-star Vel'Koz, apparently.
Ouch.
But, I do like it, and I really like this flexible play that we're seeing out of Jose, and it is always the hallmark of tournament plays. You play what you're given, you don't just play to what the meta guides say. You wouldn't read about this comp in a meta guide, it's got way too many spat items, but, these are the best players in the region, and this is why they're here. They're just so good at reading what they have and what they need to get.
Adaptability is perhaps the word of the day here. Being able to come into a situation that you're not usually used to. These players, while they have done a little bit of scrim practice, playing a 4v4 isn't exactly going to be the thing that they're the most used to doing. So being able to come into a series like this and being able to adapt on the fly is going to be the hallmark of the team that wins, I feel. If you're not playing flexibly, you're just too slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, disgusting Cavalier comp, but it's working super well. In health lead at the moment, just pushed level 7, still has 49 gold. Just 5-1, a little bit later to go level 7 than you'd maybe like, but they've made the decision to stop the reroll for now. Start the reroll specifically onto the MF, hoping to potentially hit the Sedge a little bit later. Does have the Relin, which is really nice, gives the Ironclad and the 4 Cav, so they're in a really nice spot. Thresh nearly just one-hits the Vel'Koz in the backline. Would have been nice to remove it so that it doesn't get this cast off, but just gets absolutely obliterated by this comp.
And that's just the power of the Fiddlesticks that we were talking about earlier, right, Frosty?
Yeah, that's not the loss you want to be taking to your teammate there, as the Fiddlesticks gets pretty much the ultimate jump in, and it looks like there might have been an unfortunate pairing for the OCE players running into each other there. As much as we talk about these players trying to position around each other, there is the fact that sometimes you do just unfortunately queue into the wrong player and you're going to take a loss like that. So you hate to see it, but Admiration's still in a very strong spot for the meantime.
And a nice full item armory for all the players, all trying to decide what they want. You see all of that Admiration there opted in for the Bramble Vest, and Chaos here for SEA opted in for the Banshee's Claw. managed to level up and put in that Heimerdinger at level 8. Very, very strong, very traditional Riven board happening on here. Riven is now the carry for Dawnbringer, which wasn't necessarily the case in set 5. There was always the Karma boards, but, you know, Riven and Nidalee are more prominent now than Karma herself, and that makes me sad.
Yeah, same. Honestly, I loved playing Karma. It was very fun to just watch their entire backline just get one shot on the first spell if you just get lucky enough, and then of course ramping up from there. That being said, Riven's a pretty interesting carry as well. I like frontline carries. It's always like a mixture between of like, are they going to get one shot immediately, or are they going to be able to one shot everything immediately? They are losing this combat though, even with the Heimerdinger add-in to the Cavs, which honestly to be expected. Cavs tend to do rather well into this comp, but yeah.
Well, now we do see the Stimmy here. Oh my god, it's another Tome of Traits. It is another Tome of Traits. There has been, what, the second one? It was like, I've never seen this item in any of the games that I've played, by the way. I've played a few. I've never seen it. I've seen Twig hit it all the time. And now we've seen it 2-2 in a tournament game.
Honestly, just player gap. That's
Player
all I'm trying to say.
diff,
These are the
yep.
most talented, and then they hit it all the time. You never hit it. I hit it like occasionally. I think we understand what's happening now.
Yeah, true, it is
Absolutely.
player gap, I guess.
Absolutely, player diff. There's just no other way to put it here. As you know, I mean, it just goes to show you the quality of players that we've got here. And as I mentioned before, just hit. It's as simple as that.
And Chaos did just hit, like, the Invoker spat onto the Heimerdinger is very, very powerful. Now, if he hits that Teemo, he gets the 4 Invoker in. That is a very, very strong board. He just needs to hit maybe a couple more item, or an item carry for the Heimerdinger, but if he hits it in time, that's very scary. But we are listening into Oceania now, discussing the rest of their strategy at Carousel.
I'm down GS or
I'm Ziggs or Trojan. Probably Ziggs though.
GS or Gunblade. Ooh,
Can I have GS?
I need to run my
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Just because Gunblade is good as well for both of us, so it's fine.
Send it. Pick up ribbons.
Oh, Diana. Boom. V3. GG.
Yeah,
So there we go. That is the Team OC listening.
Right.
Looking
I
at
might actually be able to beat
Carousel.
Keith. I
You
might
did
actually
hear
be able
the
to beat
guys
Keith.
talking about, you know, trying not to contest each other on the items. The GS was the one that the players wanted. The interesting call there was look for the ribbons. Now, I'm pretty sure there is one of the SEA players playing ribbon. I can't remember which one exactly, but we did see that very scary ribbon carry, and the OCE players like, well, we've got to look to hold for it.
Yeah, we were seeing Kajaus play it earlier there, and is really close to hitting it as well, but has actually managed to hit it on the big roll down here. And I was wondering exactly what Kajaus' position in this game was going to be. Wasn't looking to be close to hitting the ribbon here, but looks like after that big roll down is starting to become quite the player. But as we see that massive Vel'Koz just annihilating this board, we see Kajaus specifically did not put a Bramble Vest nor a Guardian Angel onto any of his frontline to enable that Shoxi would stay alive, and Chunga is out at 7th.
So we do see the SEA and OCE teams trading one player apiece now out of this lobby, but I think this one's a little bit tighter than it was in the last one, although we might see a reversal. We've got Jose at the top, and then we've got 3 OCE players right behind him, so it's pretty much just the exact same way that the last lobby worked out, Twig.
Yeah, look, I think OC, you kind of okay with the first potentially. I think that, you know, Angora might be able to take it out with how large of a streak they have at the moment. Jose's still in a really strong spot. You know, I think the OC are probably going to get 1 and 2 here, and then I think the SEA are probably going to be 3 and 4.
I'm going to go on record and say that I'm going to reverse it from last game. I'm going to say Jose, with a really strange looking board there, is probably in position to start reversing it. So we see Angora takes the loss, but Kajaus, even with the Ribbon 3, is going to go out in 6th here. And it looks like, I mean, from the side of SEE here, I'd say that Shoxi and Jose are still looking really strong, but there's some really scary boards on the side of OCE. TXE with a really stacked assassin board here. Admiration with an equally scary Cavs board. And I mean, you know, Angora with this Spell Weaver. It can just go wrong for one fight for any of these players here, and they can find themselves out.
And all of these OCE players are super happy with the items they just hit there. That is triple Zeeks for TXE's Blender there. That is an absolutely huge pickup. He's going to throw the 3 Zeeks on the pike there. You've got the Warmogs for the front line here, which he is still running the Abomination here, Angora, so he can throw it onto one of his A-bomb units. He's not got any items on his brand, which that's exactly where it goes, and now that's going to be a fully stacked Scion. Only a 2-star one throwing out onto the field right now, but that is a very, very strong board. And you know what? I think you're right in saying this. I think the OCE players are going to dominate this lobby. You're looking at 3 that are left, and they've all got really, really strong boards.
Yeah, I think this is probably the matchup we have. Like, OCE has to be the most worried about. But by the looks of things, it's no, they're actually healing back up even through the Fiddlesticks ult. But that being said, it's still pretty close. This is the fight that's really going to decide the rest of the lobby, I feel. If the Scaran gets an ult off, which they don't, then it's probably going to be a win for Lord. It's always too close. They just heal up at the last second when I think it's over. I can't even call it. Alright, it is going to be Jose then.
Yeah,
there we go.
That is just the power of 3-star Rakan with that redemption. He is very, very strong, and Angora does take the loss there. So Jose is the last member for SEA standing. Shoxy is out in 5th. Are we going to see a run back? There is another full item carousel with some spats in there. I'm pretty sure I saw Jose with a second Nightbringer emblem. Is he going to get it? Is he going to get a third? TXE just got one there, but he's happy. He's rocking the 6 assassin now. He's got the double assassin spat. Man, this game is just OCE's to take.
Yeah, these boards are looking super duper capped right about now. Just looking around, Admiration's hit everything, TXE's hit everything, Jose's hit a Yasuo 3 at this point. And
7
enough,
Renewer! He has 7 Renewer!
And this is one of the compositions where having more Renewers than is the maximum amount here actually just benefits them even more, right? Because the ability on 6 Renewers is just that strong, gaining, I believe it's 9% HP or mana, is insane. Now, Angora coming up against TXE here is a potential team kill for both of these players.
Yeah, it is a bit of a roughie, but it is at that pointy end, and I think it is going to be TXE out with that Nocturne. Nope, he stays alive with 2 HP, but Jose did actually take a loss there to Admiration's board, so they'll all be rooting to try and get Jose out and then hold that 1-2-3 for themselves. They'll just be trying to give TXE the best positioning possible so that he can win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking here on the side of OCE, your number one priority is going to be anti-heal. Being able to either burst through the Renewers extraordinarily quickly or getting anti-heal to prevent them from really doing their work.
Jose's just given up, I'm pretty sure. He's seen it. He's just dancing around with his units on the side there and he's matching up. I think he still has his full board on, but the Yasuo is pretty safe. No, the Viego's taken it. Oh, no. Still alive.
Don't forget those huge Nightbringer shields prevent Yasuo from really doing a lot of work. But, I mean, that's a spin on top if I've ever seen one before. This Nocturne absolutely wrecking through the board. But the massive amount of heals from the side of Jose, putting a number on him, and the Bramble Vest. It one-shots the Nocturne, and TXE is going to go out. It looks like the Nightbringer Rakan 3 putting on a bit of a show for us here, folks.
It's just that shield. That's what it is. Can't get through all that stuff. You know, he's got the Bramble Vest, so it's just the Nocturne killing himself on it. He's got that Radiant Redemption. It's a scary board. It's not a board you would ever see in a ranked game, but it's a bloody scary board.
Do we have a counter on how many spatulas we've seen across this whole game? Because it's getting a bit mental now. Like, just on this board alone, it's pretty insane. Getting the Dawnbringer spat here is getting the Dawnbringer spat here is rather lovely.
Yeah, it's a 4-spat board here for Angora. Look, you know, I've been seeing a few things on Twitter and Reddit. It's like, spat items are bad. Well, not if you have 7 of them that you can throw across all of your units, apparently.
Well, if we were going to go with old-timey sort of Frosty here, it'd say too darn many spatulas on these boards here. But for the meantime here, It's actually a really close matchup as we see Angora got the potential to team kill Admiration here, and all Jose has to do is just live. If Jose can live against this board of Angora, which it looks like it's going to be able to do, it's going to come down to C versus OCE for the top 2. Angora's alive, though!
Oh, he's alive.
Does Jose make it through, though? That's the question from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta say, even still, this Rakan is just looking near unkillable. Don't forget the power of overtime Lux here, folks. But it looks like Jose just barely manages to clutch it out in the final moments there.
And this is such a tight lobby. All players now under 10 HP. You've got the OCE boys on 3 and 1 HP. Oh no, sorry, Jose's on 3 HP there. So you've got the OCE boys, Admiration on 9, Angora on 1, and Jose flying the flag for SEA on that 3 HP. This could be the final combat.
Very well might if there's some unfortunate stacking up here. And I mean, in Jose's position, you got to be scared of Admiration as well. That MF with 8 Forgotten. 8 Forgotten is going to be absolutely critical in being able to deal the final amounts of damage here. As we look over, there is a Diana that has the potential to get a really big pull, and it gets the pull onto the MF here, but it looks like the
doesn't matter, the
from
Rakan
the
just
MF
died.
is just too much. And it looks like Jose is going to be going out in 3rd.
It just literally doesn't matter when the Rakan just dies first off like that, and now it's just the 2 OCE boys. Who are they going to give the win to here? Is Admiration going to... Oh my god, another Spellweaver spat.
What?
Dude. What a perfect way to cap off
That's far
this
too
game.
much. Yeah, that's far too much. This is definitely a tournament game. I love seeing like the rare sort of like several spatula games, especially when it's in a tournament, and just seeing how everyone adapts to it. Good on OC for getting a top 2 finish. It's rather nice.
Alright.
It's close to what I predicted.
I'm just going to say, Angora has 3 Spellweaver spat, the Rev spat, the Dawnbringer spat. Where's he? Just so many spats. And he gets the Heimer too as well. Like, he's got the Redeem spat. So that's 6 spat items on one board.
Crazy.
My oh my, and that's 2 Forgotten spats right there.
And a Cav spat, so there's 3 there.
And a Cav spat.
It's kind of ridiculous. I do like that the boys are playing this out. They want to see who can get the first tier. I would love to see Admiration go back to back, but I just cannot believe that Angora got the triple spat, the triple Spellweaver spat.
So while we're waiting for it to play out, let's talk statistics here, because it looks like 6 Spellweaver coming up against 8 Forgotten. Do you know how much 8 Forgotten gives? 200 attack and ability power. No wonder Jose's board literally exploded at the very cast of MF here. And even having 6 Spellweaver is not enough against the stack board of Admiration, who goes first to finish up game number 2 here, folks.
Well, it is a big win for OCE there. They are bouncing back after game 1 with some big top 4s there and a 1-2 holding hands from Admiration and Angora. Look, I'm just going to look back at MSI. We're used to Chunga kind of getting the first. You know, he did fall down in 7th that game. But Twig, how many spatulas did we see? I'm going to say at least 30.
Yeah, I'd say definitely above 20. That's where I put my estimate. I think that was just a really... not necessarily a high roll game, because everyone was basically getting the same amount of spats, but it was definitely an unusual one to watch. A lot of comps that, are not usually possible. Like so many things, like, 8 Forgotten is so rare to actually see. 6 Spellweaver, less rare, but still quite rare. There was so many things that's like, you don't see those comps normally. So it was rather fun to like see which ones do better than others and end up seeing the final comps.
Frosty, your thoughts?
I just wanted to say congratulations to the C-Boys for putting on a good show there. I really loved Jose's line of slamming the Renewer spat and managing to make it work. But, I mean, admittedly, the way that OCE played that game and being able to flexibly get into those positions there, well played to him.
Well, guys, that is 2 games done, but there is still 4 to go. So be sure to tune in still and don't change your Twitch stream. We'll be right back after this short break. welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. We are 2 games down, but there is still plenty to happen today. This is going into Game 3, the third and final game of the 2 Group A teams from Oceania and Southeast Asia facing off. Before we do jump into lobby, a quick rehash of the scores, not completely updated. Obviously, the 8 for the OCE doesn't really stand up there because they had the top 2. But with the 10-8-7 scoring system, I have done the quick math to say that OCE is in the lead with 44 points to SEA's 38, thanks to the 1-2 finish of Admiration and Angora in that final lobby. Admiration has to be our player to watch going into Game 3. He has already made it back-to-back. If he can make the 3 wins happen, it's going to be absolutely stellar. But we won't keep you holding for long because the players are jumping into the action right now. I'm pretty sure we're joining in at around stage 2. Yep, so we've just gone past the first carousel and we can kind of get a look for how the lobby's going.
Yeah, a little bit more of a normal game happening this time around here. No Spatula starts to really throw a wrench into the mix, but we're going to be spectating Angora once more, who has a completed Sunfire Cape on this Sejuani here. And, I mean, looking at the board here, could potentially be looking to try to go into something like Yasuo. Honestly, options are still open for him. What do you think he's going to be going for, Twig?
Honestly, at this point, I'm not too sure. They're just sort of playing for best board. Although, that being said, with the Rin and Slam, you do tend to want to run Yasuo. It is so good with it. You can pivot it into other things later, but for the meantime, Yasuo is looking pretty good. They did just pick up the Vladimir. They've got Sedge and Lee Sin on the bench, so they do have 4 Nightbringer there available when they want it, but they are going to keep with the A-Bomb for now.
Yeah.
And I think for the first time tonight, we've seen Chunga in a top 4 position. Just like generally.
Oof. Dude.
Is this the return of Tawny Chunga?
Dude.
Is tonight the return of Tawny Chunga?
It's so uncalled for. It's so unnecessary.
Oh, I'd say it's very necessary. Many memes have been made of Tawny Chunga at this point, and honestly, I for one am looking forward to the return of Tawny Chunga, just so that I can continue to meme about it for however long I need to.
I mean, he hopefully he doesn't come back in regional finals. He is one of the 16 representatives fighting out for the chance of making it to Worlds, which is now sadly moved back online, was meant to be held in China. And so is Angora, who we're on board with right here. Like we said, looking at that Yasuo board, but up against Chunga now. And down the bottom there, Jose is doing his tank strat again. He's down at, I think that's 68 HP, heading into neutrals, possibly a little bit more to lose. Very similar state to where he was in Game 1, Twig.
Yeah, definitely a very similar state. That being said, though, I'm no longer worried for them. I was freaking out at this point on their behalf, and now looking at it, I'm like, oh, they'll be fine. They know exactly what they're doing. They're comfortable being low HP. Got a ton of gold. They don't have the Draconic Opener that they'd really want to have. They've got some of the pieces, if not all of them. But, again, I'm not worried. I feel like I should be. I feel like this is a really terrible spot, but I've seen them come back from this sort of area so many times now that I'm just like, yeah, this is fine.
The one thing that they don't have going for them right now, though, is that they don't have the Draconic in. So, they did have it in at this point in Game 1, but now they don't, and it's a little bit dicey. Frosty, your thoughts?
Jose's feeling very generous with his HP for the time being, is what I'm thinking right about now. I mean, you see the 58 health is typically not really what you want to be seeing this early. But, I mean, picking up a Nico's is always good. Double Nocturne here is, put lightly, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty much what Jose would have loved to hit here, but even still...
You can see the little thumbs up in his bottom there as well.
Okay, look, I'm just gonna say, even still, there is the possibility for Jose to still go in towards a Riven here. Riven carry is still very strong. We've seen it in the past few games, even though Kajaus did go 6 with it last game. Didn't really have the start that he would have liked here. And, I like this from Jose, keeping your options open, especially in a lobby that could end up contesting you.
Yeah, look, we did mention this in the last game a little bit of once the teams get a feel for how each other's going to play, you're going to start getting contested on the comps. So you're going to see the OCE guys, they're going to see these 2 Nocturnes on Jose's bench, and they're going to be like, all right, boys, let's just fill our bench with Nocturnes and not play the comp and make Jose's life very, very painful.
Yeah, again, I think it's what OCE should probably be doing just every time here, is just contesting Nocturne, just to force them into something that's not as comfortable as Blender. Like, if you put someone on a comfortable comp, they're going to do pretty well with it as long as they don't get Mort Dog. That's really the end of the conversation, is that Jose is going to be fine on Blender if they don't get Mort Dog, as long as no one interferes. So it's really up to OCE to interfere here and make it so much harder.
Looking at the strategies, though, it's really interesting to see exactly how everything from SE has come together. Over the course of these few rounds here, we've really seen that, I mean, especially from C Group A, they've really prioritized trying to go for these reroll compositions, which I personally feel has lent towards potential sabotage from OCE, and we've seen it time and time again where they've held on to these really critical units that the C players have been playing, and it makes me worried a little bit here, because in these sorts of formats you can be very weak to griefing from certain plays. Heck, you could even have a dedicated griefing player on your team who you already know is going 8th, but you can just say, alright, your job from this point on in the game is to lose as slowly as possible here and to just be annoying. Just hold as many units as you possibly can that every single other reroll player from the enemy team is looking for.
So that's what you guys think Chunga was doing the past 2 games then? Is that what you're saying? Or...
He went out too early. He went out too early to be bothering holding units, man. Like, there's no point holding the units when you die and they just all go back out into the pool.
I can't believe you two are flaming like this. This is like...
This is the guy.
I get it from Frosty. Frosty's biased towards SEA. You know, their son is playing like with that, that side. But from you, it's despicable, actually.
He said it himself when I interviewed him after the regionals, man. You know, this is just, he's used to it. And, you know, he was one of our best before he plays at MSI. He'll be one of the favorites leading into the regional finals. But you know, sometimes he said 60% of games that he played that weekend were just luck, and you know, sometimes you just don't hit.
Yeah, I know that a lot. It's a little bit difficult, but here we are at the carousel. No listening this time, but still looking at Chaos. Does pick up the bow on the Lucian. Forecast bow, not bad this late. Yeah, I think they're pretty happy about their future so far in this game.
Of course, Lucian specifically on a board that's already got Sentinels, and I mean is pretty well poised to try to go in towards a Lucian sort of carry. I'd say you're very happy hitting this Lucian here simply because it's just that strong, and you know, I think Kajasa's got the potential to carry this now. The one thing I will say is that typically you won't end up winning games by just playing a Lucian unless you hit a Lucian 3-star. So you want to really start to try to cap out your boards as early as possible when you're playing something like Lucian. But as a early transition here, I'd say it's looking really strong for Kajas.
And I think that's the first like proper Sentinels board that we've seen this entire tournament so far. It's just like we've seen all bits and bobs. Obviously, this is some Cav action happening in here from Admiration. We've seen, you know, some Jacks, we've seen some Fiddlesticks, but Sentinels is like a comp that like some people like, but it hasn't been favored by many of the players so far, Twig.
Yeah, it did definitely get a lot weaker with the Lucian nerfs recently, so it's understandable why they're not going to it specifically. You do tend to run like a 3 Sentinel sort of opener if you hit it, because the comp is just that crazy. Getting the Zenith Edge while already having IE slammed is super rough here. Renown's Tempest is pretty good on Riven here, I think. That being said, they don't really have any frontline items, which is not really what you want. Getting a super duper tanky, a really heavily damaged Riven is nice, but if there's nothing to stop it from getting one-shot, then it's definitely rough. Meanwhile, we swap over to Jose. That's really good knockdown items. Simon QSS early definitely seemed to have paid off. Having IE Last Whisper is fantastic as well. But getting the Radiant Spark on Fiddlesticks is crazy value. That unit just casting into a backline, zapping everything, reducing MR on everything. It's really, really nice.
And look, he's in a completely comfort zone right now. You know, we were really worried, 26 HP, what is he going to do? He's got a 1% Viego with TG on it. He's got this pretty... It's not like best in slot Nocturne, but it's a very, very strong Nocturne. And you know, I'm pretty sure from here he's going to be pretty cruisy with the rest of his board. Now we do start seeing some of the guys drop below the Stimmy threshold, Jose being one of them. Admiration just dropped below the 40 HP there. I think it was the TG that it was in the Stimmy, so that's why he Jose was able to put it on there, and that's what Admiration just got for his own board right there.
Yeah, looks to be a really solid pickup here. Really wanted to compliment Admiration's choice on picking up that frontline item, as you mentioned there, Twig. Warmog's a very strong item to get on your front line. And besides, looking at what Admiration's got on bench here, looks to be in a very solid spot. You know, already has 2 really good offensive items, and for the first time in a while playing TFT, it doesn't feel like you have to fully itemize your carry anymore, right? It feels like you can get away with 2 or so items if you've got some decent frontline there. So I really love this choice from Admiration.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the right play. Getting frontline here is really, really important. You know, it's fantastic on a Gragas with, you know, Dawnbringer and everything. It makes them really, really tanky. I'm interested to see what they're going to slam for the 3rd Riven item. I think they're probably going to greed it out and see if they can get Runans or something else. But I think that they're in a pretty okay spot. The Stimmy TGs definitely is going to help them a lot here. Spike them a little bit at the moment. But that being said, still low HP, and they're not going to hit a gigantic spike like Jose might soon. That's the thing. I don't see a massive spike like a Riven 3 coming anytime soon. Although that being said, BT spikes are pretty hard here.
Yeah, one just has to wonder, looking at what exactly Admiration is holding on bench here, what exactly is the game plan? It feels like it's almost like it's a, I don't know, like they're torn between 2 worlds here, where you want to be going for all of these Forgotten units and you want to be playing Draven, but you've already hit something like an Akshan already, which is an amazing build around, especially with these items, and you're holding on to Forgotten units, so Draven naturally lends itself to being played here, which is exactly what we're seeing, but looks like the Riven is still being held onto simply because it's just the strongest unit. So I'm really interested to see what exactly is the game plan from Admiration moving forward.
That Radiance effort there is very, very handy for Shoxy against Admiration, whose MF is going to be held in the air for approximately 5 years. And you know what? When you have an MF with 2 with decap in this kind of comp, where you're kind of really relying on that Riven to do damage and your MF is your secondary damage, having one of your damage sources up in the air means you do take big, heavy losses like that. And Admiration really can't afford to lose much more HP from here. His economy is not looking too strong. He might be the 1st or 8th gamer of the night.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think that going 8th here is rather likely. That being said, Jax 2, if they can put it in, helps. They are going for the full pivot now. I'm hoping that that's to the Jax and not to the Draven, because I don't think that the 1-star Draven is going to be strong enough to stabilize them here. It's definitely going to help. It is going to go to the Jax, which is good. I love Jax. I think Jax is like a super duper strong unit. I think the comp in general just really fits nicely together. And yeah, I think that this is definitely the pivot they were looking for. Getting 3 Sentinel in is nice as well. Losing the MF 2-star and Sedge 2-star is a little bit rough, but all things being said, the Akshan is going to help shred some armor for the Jax. Although the Jax is already dead, they're going to take a huge loss because the other Akshan is just built better.
I love the adaptation of putting the Warmogs on your Akshan, by the way. Akshan, known for griefing quite a lot, jumping into the enemy team and perhaps causing himself to have a bit of a slip up there, but I mean, we're going to have a listen in on the SEE team here as we go into Carousel.
I think the Akshan, I don't know. Up to you. I'll take a
He's gonna
spot.
grief. He's gonna grief.
Oh, I need Senspot. I just go Senspot.
I mean,
I'm not
it's
playing.
fine.
I'm playing to win.
Wait,
Fine.
do you need a spat?
No, take.
No. Take this back. Take this back. I'm not for a belt, a chain, or whatever, like defensive item.
Well, that's actually the best play I'm gonna use, though.
Oh wait, I can make Trap Claw. I forgot. I can make Trap Claw. Okay.
Singwen, probably.
I'm just holding Riven. Actually, I can play the Riven.
I rolled a 10.
Oh my shit.
Nice.
What the fuck?
All right, Jose is in just an absolutely phenomenal spot here. He does get the Kha'Zix in on board, and he found that Sinspat with the Gwen. He's got that 6 assassin in. He's on that 5 win streak, and you know what? You can never count this guy's blender out. There is a reason why we were hyping it up so much in the pre-show. This guy has made it work in numerous tournaments before this. He runs it in Giant Slayer almost every week nowadays. And with the Nocturne rework, you know, you don't have to really rely on getting the perfect items because of the bonus AD that he gets just on his ability cast. And it is so strong. But this Akshan might have his number.
And it does. I love Akshan carry. Watching Akshan just swing around is like it's so much fun. It's so goofy, but it's really enjoyable when it's on like your board and not somebody else's, because that invulnerability and it just like kills the entire enemy team is like, it's so infuriating. But if it happens like on your side, it's so much fun to look at.
Absolutely. I just wanted to shout out to Angora, and you know, there is actually a little bit of trash talk going on in the chat here still, so that's always really good fun to watch. As we move over and we see Angora's board, who has got that fully stacked Lee Sin 3 with a Cavalier spat as well, still trying to look towards hitting those Yasuos, and I mean, in the position that Angora's at in first place in this lobby, who is being slightly contested by Shoxy, I'd say you're looking real strong. This is exactly what OCE needs to try to close out the final of the 3 games here.
Yeah, and Angora's board is just like super strong right now. Like you said, the Lee Sin, it is in this comp, you know, as much as we talk about the Yasuo Hasagi, it is also as much down as it comes down to the Lee Sin E dropping and just attack speed slow, so much damage, so much tankiness, it's really hard to cut through.
Yeah, Lee Sin's so important. Like the unit itself is just like so incredibly strong. Just utility. It's like you've seen some decap Lee Sins just like smack everything, like hit the ground really hard and then everything disappears. Which it's always like funny to watch, but the actual just util from that character is off the charts.
Yeah, we see Admiration has truly fulfilled the prophecy at this point, is in fact today's first or 8th gamer. Honestly, a really strong showing from him, though. You know, as much as my bias from SEA has been showing through, you know, being able to take down those first 2 games in first place, you know, like every now and again, and you may have an 8th, you know, it's unpreventable. So in these sort of situations, especially when you're coming up against some of the strongest players that every region has to offer, it can be pretty tough.
And look, 21 points across the 3 games. Obviously, 10 points for the 2 first, and only 1 point for the 8th. Honestly, if you're going 7 points average across 3 games, you really cannot complain bringing that in for your team.
Yeah, definitely just like hard carrying OC at the moment. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be too annoyed with them going 8th here. It is what it is. Sometimes you just low roll, sometimes you high roll. You know, they've got 2 high roll games so far. It's, you know, if you're on their team, you're kind of like, okay, you did your job, now it's my turn to like try and help out the rest of it. Carry us over the finish line.
And look, you know,
looking at this fight against Kajal here, seems like it seems like it is looking like a bit of a close fight, but I mean, even still, the really strong Akshan from him, you see the weakness of Akshan, and unfortunately when the team falls away there and there's just not enough to sustain him, tends to be quite frail, and if it gets caught out, especially when a really strong Lee Sin runs it down, it's really tough to deal with there. So Angora in a really strong spot, starting to pick up some of these fiddlesticks as well, and finds a Viego to go alongside everything. Angora's looking in a really strong spot to take down this game from this position. I would not be surprised to see him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Angora's definitely in the best spot at the moment.
Yeah, and look, who better to hear from? Not necessarily from the OCE side, but from the SEA side. We have got Jose joining us in for a chat, mate. Jose, first of all, welcome to the broadcast. We have been talking up your blender the entire game, the entire day. Why do you love this Nocturne comp so much?
Oh, it's because I get to play the game without having to use my brain. It's just lose the early game, turn off brain, roll down at 7, press D. This is the way the game should be played.
So you're saying you get to play the game without actually having to play the game here.
No.
Truly the pinnacle of TFT itself.
It really is, Frosty. Honestly, it is.
An absolute delight here. Now, tell us about some of the mechanics going on between the team and trying to pivot around each other's boards here, because we've been seeing that there has been a little bit of positioning going on between all the players here. So have you guys actively been trying to avoid each other in some of these rounds? I saw Kajas even holding items against Shoxy to make sure that Shoxy stayed alive.
Yeah, I feel like that was maybe unintentional, but we're holding units and for like against them and like trying to communicate like positioning against each other. But yeah, I think maybe taking each other's items it's probably unintentional.
So yeah, speaking of your teammates, if you had to pick from one of your teammates other than yourself, who should we really be looking out for here?
Probably Mr. Kajaus. He is probably the most consistent among all 4 of us. He's the one that has the most stable playstyle, so yeah, he's the one you should totally look out for. Because the rest of us are all degens.
I like how Jaus is like, yeah, we don't know where Jose's gone. He's DC and cool. We've actually stolen you away, mate. But thank you so much for joining us mid game. Best of luck. You are back on that hot streak, and we saw it happen in game 1. Hopefully, you can run it back this game, mate.
Yeah, thanks, man. Keep it up. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, mate. And that was, as you were hearing there, from Jose, the captain of Team SEA. He's putting in work with that Nocturne Blender comp, which he said he likes playing it just because he gets to play the bloody game.
Without thinking. I think that's the important bit. I think it's the turn brain off. You know exactly what direction you're going from the very minute that you press the accept button. I think that's pretty important.
He's basically just played the exact same playstyle, you know, Draconic Info Econ, hit 7, roll down, and you know what? It's worked for him.
Kajas is so close though.
Oh, there
He's
it
hit
is!
the Lucian 3-starred! Oh, that's absolutely massive here, and has the ability to put perfect items onto it as well.
Oh.
Did he combine in time?
Oh,
He didn't combine it in time!
Oh, that's painful. But he still has 1 combat left in him despite this, so it's not the end of the world. He would have loved to have saved some HP, and look, he might actually still make it through this combat. His recon items are actually kind of good with the Warmogs here and the Radiant Hodge, but it's just so much damage that he's got to try and get through with this Riven. And look, the Lucian just gets instant nuked, and it just didn't forge in time. That is very, very sad for Jaus. He's on 14 HP now, but you know, it's not the end of the world. He's still got the 1 combat left in him. But yeah, that's a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, it is what it is, and you know, look, the bottom 3 players right now that are still alive, being OCE players, not looking good for their chances. They really need a good few combats here, but looking over at Jose's board here, it is fairly stacked, but Angora is also equally capped over there as well with that 3-star Lee Sin, and is so close to hitting the Yasuo now as well that it's hard to see it going any other way than OCE for the time being.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, you know, that's kind of what I like to see. I like seeing OCE winning once again. I know you love your Seaman, Frosty, but they're not going to win this one.
Absolutely.
We're going to get all top 4
Absolutely.
here. OCE all the way. Well, obviously not all top 4. One of us might have already got 8, but we're just going to pretend not to see it. This is what they get for playing Cavalry Roll last game.
That's why. And as we see, Jose is on 2 HP, so he has found a loss with that Nocturne board, but it's really hard to see anyone toppling Angora here. And you've got TXC, the other OC, TXC and Chunga both up there in 2nd and 3rd right now as we enter onto the Elder Drake to get a full item off the neutrals here. Jaus, you know, he was in an okay spot looking before. Jose's hit his Blender Power Spikes. Sadly doesn't have too much attack speed going for him. We haven't seen too much of Chunga. Obviously has gone out early the last couple of games, but now he's really stabilized with this nice Riven board. He'll be looking to go for the Riven 3. You know, this is necessary, pretty much a game where OCE can really extend their lead in the tournament. They currently hold 6 points over SEA, and look, with a 1-2-3 finish, that's going to be really good as we head into the group swap next game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really feel like if you were to say it, it's
Oh.
SEE's game to take out from this point. But as I say that, Angora just hits the 3-star Yasuo, and I'm just going to do a complete 180 here. I'm going to say that I was always in favor of OCE all this time. I never doubted whatsoever. I always knew that Angora was always the most handsome of the bunch, and that, yeah, it would just be winning this game.
You made your choice. You betrayed your brethren. We're not welcoming you back.
All I'm
honest
imagining now
mistake, if anything.
All I'm imagining is the "I never doubted them" call from 2016 with Kobe from Worlds. Such an iconic call from League of Legends, and we do see Joust going out in 5th, so it will be 3 top 4s for the OCE guys, and Jose hanging on as the sole representative from SEA, much like last game.
It looks like it is going to be Jose's game to win from this point on, but even still, I'd say that the boards from OCE right about now are looking equally stacked. I was mentioning before that SEE had a very strong focus on trying to hit these reroll comps well. A lot of this game from the side of OCE has just been extraordinarily strong reroll comps. We see the Nidalee Riven reroll happening over there, and we see Angora rocking the Yasuo Lee Sin. I'm pretty sure it's only TXE who's not re-rolling in this game for the time being, and it just goes to show you the power of, you know, being able to switch your brain off and just play TFT without playing TFT.
It does fit in that 4 rev now as well, which is going to be good. A little bit extra health on the Nocturne on the revive there, which he definitely needs when it doesn't have the full attack speed items to push through the enemy defenses. However, he has gotten the worst matchup possible for him heading into Angora here, and it could be SEA's last dance for Group A. It could be Angora. It could be Jose going out in 4th here, and another OCE 1-2, but an extra 3rd on this time.
Excellent. Love to see it. Absolutely.
Oh, but the Nocturne, the Fiddlesticks.
The Fiddlesticks.
The Fiddlesticks. Unfortunately,
not
enough to carry the Soul Seaman through the final parts of this game here as Chunga goes out in 4th. It's going to be a showdown between TXE and Angora. Now, I mentioned before that I didn't think TXE was re-rolling, but I was actually incorrect going for one of the compositions we haven't seen thus far, which is Varus re-roll. So, you know, on top of having all these different reroll comps, let's chuck another one in here and say that we're rolling Varus this game. And you'll see just the strength of this board. Having 4 Ironclad and extraordinarily strong frontline, backed up with a near unkillable Varus. Say, Angora has the perfect counter this with just straight true damage.
Yeah, and I do want to actually talk to you about that, Frosty, because you were mentioning it earlier. It's like, you know, we're expecting a couple of reroll comps, and you threw out the Varus as one. What makes this reroll Varus comp so strong?
Just the ability to just have this consistent damage overall splashing on the black line. And Varus just overall does a surprising amount of damage with the AD side of things. You know, we used to see the Bulldozer composition really shine through there, but funnily enough, it works really well. The Hail of Arrows does a lot of damage overall, and we'll see that Angora is just going to win here because TXE doesn't even want to fight out the final spots. Is going to conserve energy, and OCE is going to take down game number 3 in a dominating fashion.
Yeah, it really was, and we're coming down into this final set for the Group A teams. We will be transitioning into the Group B teams after the break, but we do have OCE coming out on top in 2 of the 3 lobbies so far of the first 3. Twig, I want to hear your MVPs from the first 3 lobbies between SEA and OCE Group A.
I mean, it has to be Jose. Like, they're 1v9ing basically constantly. Obviously, it's not 9 people, but you know, the phrase still works. But yeah, they're just hard carrying SEA at the moment, doing a fantastic job. You know, they've had top 4s every game. They've been, you know, the most consistent player for SEA so far, I believe. And yeah, I think they're probably my MVP, even if they're not winning every game. But just the consistency helps out the team more than random pop-offs, I think.
Frosty?
I'm going to go with a little bit of a different one. I'm going to say Angora is going to be mine, just overall for consistency. We saw that Angora didn't really pull a first or eighth place style that Admiration did, taking down those first two games in a rather convincing fashion. But still was overall, first, second in a lot of it, and, just overall had a really strong showing there. Extraordinarily strong play style as well. Want to be watching perhaps for day number 2?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm actually going to give my points to Admiration. I admire the fact that he is a first or eighth gamer, and taking off the 2 firsts, getting those 21 points for Team OCE is a massive thing for the region. But guys, we will be taking a bit of a longer break this time as we swap between the groups, but don't go away. We will have 8 of the best players from both OCE and SEA, some new 8 faces as well, duking it out for the rest of the night, so don't go anywhere. welcome back to the TFT OCE versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. We are now halfway through the night and we are now swapping up the teams. We've got the 16 best players from Oceania and Southeast Asia battling it out. We've seen 8 already in the Group A battle off, and now we're going to go and jump into Group B after this little interim. Look, we spoke before the break, we gave a little MVPs out. Obviously, we were highlighting the OCE teams of Admiration and Angora. Those were the 2 real standouts, but Jose put in a big effort as the captain of the Group A team for SEA. Now we're moving on to Group B, so we'll be seeing the OCE representatives of Dawnblade, Escher, Chubby Bunny, and Captain Razza facing off against the SEA Group B team of Array, Asira, Baljo, and Masterels. Look, Rossi, are there any players in this lobby, obviously outside of, I'm going to just say everyone's going to be looking at Razza and Escher, but are any of the SEA players that you like in this lobby going to keep an eye out for?
Absolutely. Well, I'd say looking in at Team OCE's B team, they're all really strong players, right? You've got Dawnglade, Escher, Raza, and Uncle Chubby as well. But over on the C side, you might not have heard of a lot of these players here, but really be on the lookout for RA here, who is a really overall strong player. I'd say overall perhaps the 3rd best SEE player out there. Jose and Kajaus being 1st and 2nd, and the rest of the players aren't slouches either. So while I think that the Team B for SE has a little bit of an uphill climb, I still say that they're extraordinarily strong players.
Well, there is a little bit of an uphill climb to go off here. We do see the scores there that OCE did pull out of the Group A matchup ahead by 15 points, 69 to 54. It was a very strong last 2 lobbies from the OCE boys, managed to get 3 top 4s apiece, as well as a 1st and a 2nd. Jose did hold on to try and salvage some points for SEA. But look, this is the kind of format of the tournament. Is one really good game from SEA. If they can get 3 top 4s on their rosters like they did in game 1, they can just swing the scores back the way they came. Twig, heading into this lobby, are you any names that you're kind of looking out for?
I know you said not to mention it, but Escher, mostly that they're like awake for the tournament, I think is probably the first step. It's gonna be really good to like watch how they perform. They're always like so entertaining that people tend to forget that they're also really good at TFT. So yeah, they're definitely the person I'm keeping my eyes on.
Now, will Escher's performance in the next few games relate to how much sleep he actually got, Frosty?
No, Escher is purely fueled by meme power and how much he prayed to Mort Dog the few days earlier. Some in fact say that, it is in fact Shadow Mort Dog that powers Escher instead of Radiant Mort Dog. And that the dark side is in fact Escher's one true calling, and the is going to be the final blow that they'll hear when they finally kill off SCE for good. But I'd say that, Escher's pretty good.
Yeah, Escher's alright, he does okay.
Yeah.
But now we are jumping into game first off with the OCE captain of Razza. Very, very familiar face. Even if you didn't catch the MSI tournament where he was sadly knocked out early, he was, a top 8 at Worlds in set 4. So he does have the potential, and he is a very, very talented player, leading a very, very talented OCE squad. And he's been served up a few Hellions at the start, but he's going to take the fight instead.
Yeah, I think they're mostly just looking over to Chubby's board with the Riven from the Orb and just celebrating the fact that there's a Riven on the OCE's side this early. It's really good. Nice little bit of RNG for the start of the game.
Yeah, getting a bit of early direction here is absolutely critical. I've seen that in a lot of practice, Raza would love to go for such a Hellion comp, but typically the Hellion comp doesn't really play Kled or Ziggs. Kled messing with the targeting that happens, and often, more often than not, you don't really want the Ziggs to get dismounted at pure mid-fight, and then for all the units to turn onto the Tristana that's jumped into the backline of your team here. So I love this adaptation here, picking up the two Nightbringers, but as soon as I say that, Raza immediately sells them off and makes me look like a fool. So, potato, am I right?
Well, yeah, he definitely just dodged the Hellions altogether. He's like, well, I don't feel like the Nightbringers, but I'll do the Sentinels instead. And he's got a pretty strong bench there now, and he's just picked up, he's got the 3 Sentinel in for the first PvE combat. That's pretty good power spike there, Twig.
This open is disgusting. If they had kept the they had an Udyr earlier, if I recall correctly. If they had kept that Udyr earlier, it's I mean, it doesn't do much without the Aurelia, but still, it opens up the potential for the 3 Scam, 3 Sentinel opener that is just absolutely bonkers here from the beginning that it looks like a lot of other people are pretty close to hitting anyway, so maybe it's not so strong this lobby, but still, it's rather nice.
Yeah, really interesting to note though is that Raza elected to not go for a level up. You typically see players when they feel like they're in extraordinarily strong positions this early on in the game choose to take that level up to try to get a streak going, but looks like Raza is just more than comfortable to take a sit back, to try to take a bit of a lighter game for the time being, you know, try to feel out what exactly is going to be the way to try to transition through the game. I mean, the items don't really match the units that Raza's got right now. You're not really excited for a death cap to try to combo with your Sentinel, so it's going to be on Raza to try to navigate a path through this game and try to see exactly where his items lead him.
As you mentioned there earlier, Twig, he did pick up the Udyr that he just had on his bench there, and now we are moving over to Escher, who did who got the early Riven? It was Chubby, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're looking at Escher's board here as he continues to scout around and look through his teammates. That Riven is very, very scary with the Runans this early on. We've got the Legionnaire in as well. But, you know, Escher's got that skirmishes start, very similar, I guess, to the Sentinel start that you were seeing out of Raza, just a couple of units different. Look, this is a very strong start from the OCE boys. They'll be very happy, and as we were saying in the pre-show just before this one, is that this is almost like you got Raza, you got Escher, Chubby Bunny, and Dawnglade are definitely no pushovers. This is a very strong OCE quadrant for the next half of games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely a strong team. I think that being said, like that a lot of them are pretty well-known names in OCE, so it's, you know, it's going to be the sort of thing that we point and look at and go, oh, they're all strong, but SEA side are, you know, just as good. They're absolutely, like, you know, they're all here for a reason.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that people forget about is, like, obviously, like, the SE players also play on OCE ladder or NA ladder predominantly, and like most of these guys are high chow top 50 kind of players. And so, you know, even though they're not competing in, like, say, the regional finals tournaments that we have over in here in OCE, they're still got some amazing players that, you know, do really well in like some tournaments that they can join in on in NA and other regions as well.
Yeah, like, I've got to be honest, I've been theorizing a little bit as to one of the reasons why, you know, OCE can't be competing, and I've just come to the conclusion, as of late, that they're actually just keeping them caged up there simply because they're just afraid. That Riot is afraid that SE will just dominate the entire scene, so, I mean, look, this is just going to be a taste of exactly what it looks like, and I'm going to see if my theory comes true. If SE wins this, then I'm going to absolutely say that that's the case. If they lose, then, well, you know, well, I haven't really got much to say then.
Yeah, we just ignore it. We just ignore it. That's
exactly,
right.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. First carousel there, obviously, just guys still trying to determine their boards. Obviously, with this set, you know, we're kind of just waiting until stage 3, even stage 4, looking at that Radiant carousel, Radiant Armory at 3-6 to really start locking in comps. But we are seeing a couple of, we've seen Array, who was one of the players that you mentioned at the top, Frosty. He's got some pretty good items on that brand there. It's looking like the Brambulance of old, but definitely not going to actually end up that way.
Yeah, slammed a blue baby and a death cap onto his brand for the time being, but in all honesty, it's a little bit hard to see exactly where these items lead. Blue baby, blue buff for those who are unaware, is an item that we don't really see too much nowadays because it just doesn't fit into a lot of compositions, so it's going to be interesting to see exactly where Array leads into here. Has the potential to go into something like Forgotten, the cavalry role, but that's typically something that you see a lot of players do if they're high rolling, right? Like if you see perhaps like game number 2 where you start off with some spatulas and, you know, you get a bit of an easy lead into it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's like blue buff brand with a death cap here is definitely like super good early. This being proven by the current 4 win streak, but as you said, transitioning into a late game comp, I mean, usually, okay, well, there's a Jax, that's helpful. Usually it's the sort of thing that you want on like Karma, but you don't really want Karma anymore. Like not at the moment. Like it's good. It's very rarely. I don't know if I'd even really say it's good, but it's an option that they could go for. Especially since they do have the 2-star Gragas, they do have the Riven at the moment. So these are all rather helpful things.
You were trying so hard to compliment. You were trying so hard to compliment the Karma there, but you just couldn't, could you?
I want it to be good so bad. I miss it so much, but it's just not there. It's just not it. It's not it anymore.
Having a look over at Asira's board over here, looks like Asira is going to be the dedicated Nocturne player of the bunch here. We didn't really touch on it much, but a lot of these teams have almost assigned reroll players to very specific compositions that are strong. And so, I mean, you can see that playstyle shifting over from Jose over onto Asira, who is taking that big loss streak.
I think for me, like the most stark contrast, at least in the tournament so far that I've seen, is like there has been very, very few Rats players. So that Tristana reroll comp, which was nerfed just like a couple of days ago, just before the tournament started, and it was the dominant comp. It was since the Tristana, and I think especially the Lulu nerfs. The Lulu nerf was very, very big because she was a very big proponent of that comp with her polymorph stun, and with that being like, it was hit pretty hard. It's just been no one's really pursued the 4 or 6 Hellion comp too hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the Tristana and Lulu nerfs in tandem. It's all just a perfect storm, right? Where you see a lot of players, they're playing reroll compositions, and you compare it to trying to go for something like Hellions, and the power's just not there anymore. You just can't match it against a lot of these 3-star centric reroll compositions. So, not really surprised. I still think it's strong. I think you need to have the start for it now, rather than just forcing it 20-20 every game, hold hands, 6th, 7th, 8th, you name it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you definitely need to have an indication to go towards it nowadays, rather than just like, oh, okay, me Rats. Like, you definitely need something that's like, oh, I should be playing this, rather than, oh, I opened a game of TFT and I play Rats, and it's as simple as that. They do end up picking up the Karma, I just noticed, for the replacement of the brand, which I think that works out pretty well. This early, at least.
Yeah, I think it's a major difference in the Karma comp when you do hit it this early. Like, if you're getting a Karma in like early stage 3 or even like just before Krugs, like you can play Karma. The thing is that it's not like the Karma comps of set 5 itself, of Reckoning, where it was like, yeah, you can get Karma 2 and just build around it with either the Renew and Invoker style or just the 6 Stormbringer style. You have to actually get Karma 3 for Karma to actually be good right now. But if you're getting your first 4 like cost and your carry 4 cost at 3-1 and you're building it up from there, we saw the 3 Lucian come out from the Joust last game. You know, that could certainly be a 3-star Karma for this game for a row.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to go back on your previous point there and have a shot at literally every single Masters to Challenger player in this side of OC who decided that they saw one Tristana and it was time to reroll Trist. No longer the case anymore. You actually have to open your eyes once again and not just mash your head on the keyboard hoping to hit Tristanas now. So, yeah, get good, scrubs. In another note, though, Arai, using this Karma pivot for the time being, I feel like it's an excellent adaptation, as you mentioned there, Twig. Getting in the 4 Dawnbringer this early on is really strong. Even though it tends to fall off late game, this early on, it's hard to try to match the healing that comes out, especially with an upgraded Gragas providing a bit of utility. Love the position that Arai finds himself in now.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, it's doing Karma things. I love to see it. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen Karma kill units. Like, that's how bad this comp is at the moment. It's every time I see this comp pulled up, it's an instant bottom 4. But at such a huge win streak with so much money, I think that it's very possible for them to continue it later on into the game, since they've got such a lead and get a top 4 out of it. I don't think it's going to be much. I don't think it's going to be like a second or a first if they stick to the Karma. It could be, depending on when they hit Garen and what Garen items they hit. But at the end of the day, it's much more of a Garen comp than it is a Karma. Like, Karma's the damage dealer, but Garen's the thing that makes everything work.
Colleague of mine used to say that the biggest upgrade that you can give to a Karma Tooth is in fact a Garen 1. It doesn't matter which items you've got on it, that the Garen holds the composition together there. But I would like to ask you a personal question here, Twig. I hear that you're a big advocate for Karma. Would you say that you're in fact a Karma chameleon?
Just
Answer the question.
No, I think Ducky's much more of a Karma chameleon than I am. Like I'm not gonna go full flame on it, but there may or may, like, listen, one of us has a tattoo of Karma, the other doesn't. That's all I'm trying to say. It ain't me, bro.
This is going on record for the cast here. Don't forget.
I am not a Karma chameleon.
Alright, you heard it here first, folks.
I am the aforementioned Karma. I do love a bit of Karma as my favorite comp set 5 Elastic. Not that good, but we are seeing Araya make it work. And, you know, Bringer comp has pivoted more towards the Nidalee and Ribbons, and that's what we were seeing in the first set of games. It's nice seeing a Karma for a change, especially when you hit it this early. The rest of the lobby, we're seeing Chubby Bunny now get Stimmy, and it's just, what's that? Couple of items to pull off. The Magnetic Remover. Now we go into... yeah, that's literally nothing that
yes,
Araya wants.
Karma items.
All the Karma items possible there.
GA's, like, yeah, Guardian Archangel is pretty good for Garen there, like, or Karma, I guess. But I think that you chuck that on a Garen and it just becomes like it's there forever. It's not bad. However, getting Guardian onto your carry in a comp where you know that there are assassin players, it's not too bad either. I think it works out rather well.
Looking at Araya's position here, I mean, we talked about, you know, trying to transition out or trying to use this Karma as a transitional unit before, but as the game goes on more and more here, it looks like, I mean, I'd say, looking at this, it would say that he's probably not looking to transition out at all and is instead going to probably end up using this Karma more often than not. And even though it doesn't look like, you know, even with the power of Karma right now, it doesn't look like Araya will be winning this game. I still think they'll try to pilot it to try to get a top 4, just try to maintain as strong as board as possible for as long as they can, and to just try to whittle down the health of OCE.
I mean, and Araya in itself is playing a very, very important role in how SEA is playing out this game, because right behind him you've got Dawnglade, Escher, and Razza, all 3 OCE representatives, and you're looking at the, sure, Chubby Bunny's down there, 26 HP. Not the strongest board right now, but if Araya starts losing his streak and start falling down in HP, and the other SEA guys can't manage to stabilize their board, you know, this could go south very, very quickly. But we did see a Zero picking up the Nocturne 2 there. They've also got the Nidalee 2 now, and then they've got the Yasuo 2, I think it was on Hajj there, who's picked it up. So, you know, they're slowly starting to stabilize their boards, but it's not quite there yet for the rest of the SEA roster.
Yeah, definitely still a ways to go to feel super comfortable, but they're doing a pretty good job. I think that, again, Radiant Trapclaw is like so good into Karma as well. It just negates the first cast like 100% of the time, and then from that, you know, most of the time you have enough to get to Karma. If your backline doesn't get 1 shot or 2 shots by the Karma, you probably have enough time to get to them and win the combat. And that's the main problem, is it's like Karma needs to ramp up a lot. And most of these like reroll comps, they don't need to ramp up that much. Like even like the non-reroll comps, like Heimerdinger or the Aphelios, they don't need to ramp up that much. They just need to get their 1 hit off, and then that's it.
Yeah, as we saw there, it seems like Araya is finally going to start hitting the point of the game where even hitting that early 4 cost for carry for your composition is going to start falling off in power now and is going to need a little extra something. As we move over to Razu, who is scouting out fairly diligently, we see is playing that Cavalier reroll composition, starring the MF carry for the time being. and has interestingly enough chosen to not slam a Frozen Heart onto, say, a potential Hecarim here. I gotta say, I would really like to see it. I think that slamming a Frozen Heart, especially on your front line here, even if it has the potential to go in towards that back line, is just overall really strong.
I mean, we did see the power of Angora's Frozen Heart of Gold, the Radiant Frozen Heart, in one of the games earlier with the Fiddlesticks game. I think he went second in that game. It's just a really flexible item right now. We were talking about, well, you only want the 1-tier item, you only want the 1-chain item. If you get more, then you can just slam it into that. It's totally fine.
We just got a check-in on Stimmy there. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of gold and a loaded dice there as well. And heck, looking at Master L's board right about now, it's in a fairly strong spot. Choosing to carry a Varus instead of not hitting a Vel'Koz there, the giant squid, being a little bit evasive for the time being for Master L's. It's still in a fairly strong spot. Varus is going to be... It's decently strong still. I think a lot of people have forgotten about it as just an overall transitional unit, but it's showing its worth here for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the first time we've seen a Varus so far. It's definitely the first time we've seen a more AP cast heavy one. But no, it's still a really strong unit that people tend to underrate.
Yeah, and heading into the stage 4 carousel here, we will be going in for a listen in with one of the teams. Can't quite. It was the SEA team.
That
I'm
was
sure
one more
that,
turn.
a lot
Like
of
trying to
GGs
like get in
are-
their lobby and getting in their like lobbies.
Uy, yung road sobrang important. Kundi,
Wala mo na yung spot, Asir.
out na ako.
First 8 man.
Okay.
Please.
Does someone give kicks
Oh,
assist?
wala,
my
wala.
God.
Give this
I
hard
think
guy
you go hard.
fucking...
Quick love lang, pero wag mo na slow.
Oh, yun nga eh.
May
trying
item
to
pa
snipe
sa
lobby
ano,
3.
Steam.
Yeah, Streets knows, bro.
One item? Is it
Fuck
random?
no.
Dalawa.
Random.
Okay.
Is
I
that
guess
game
that's
going
fine.
well?
I can make it work.
Raya's in a good spot.
Groro lang
Ako rin, kailangan mag-roll lang.
I don't know.
Bro, Raya's Radiant Army is so BG.
How
You
much?
got the
30?
GA, right?
I'm
They
down.
got
He
range,
played
yeah.
Karma. No, he played Karma. He got dropped like all 80 items. Zeke.
Yeah, 80 items.
Zeke's.
Yeah, I saw the thing.
What the fuck
Pero may
was that?
Draven to ako, lorin ko ba? Lorin ko
So-
natin.
They're looking at the poor Raya's
fucking
radiant
Timo, do I?
radiant armory there, talking about how he didn't
It's
find
really
a single
bad.
AP item
should've
for his
went
karma.
for
So you can hear the SEA guys kind of licking their wounds about that, but it's trying to stabilize. We are seeing some strong boards pulled out by guys like Master Rails right now, who is running the Varus right now.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it's a little bit weird of the position that Master Els finds himself in, because we've seen a real drop-off in the potential for Teemo to be a true carry unit more often than a lot of players will, instead of even picking up a Teemo for even gold, have started to really just value health overall. And I mean, heck, I don't blame them, especially when we've seen these games come down to, 1 or 2 health lobbies sort of a situation here. It's no surprise that a lot of players are, instead of using Teemo, have instead chosen to forego using the unit and just try to be stronger overall on board.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially in lobbies like this where it is so close. But that being said, they're definitely wanting to put it in, try and pivot towards the 4 Invoker probably. Maybe not, maybe drop back down to 2 and then end up running Vel'Koz, Heimerdinger, one of the 2. Teemo is also just such a strong utility unit against comps that are very, attack damage, attack speed focused. So it's not terrible here. 3-star Nocturne's a bit scary. Maybe not the items they probably wanted that much, but it works.
I mean, you can't complain when you get a Radiant attack speed item onto a Nocturne. It's always pretty good. It's not like a Radiant Runance, which is then you're laughing. But, I'm pretty sure there won't be much complaints from Asira here. And this is kind of like a board that we did see that Jose ran very well. It can scale. He's on a little bit more HP than what Jose found himself in when he was hitting the 3-star Nocturne. But we do shove onto Dawnglade here, who was playing a Jax board. He also found himself the Radiant Kinsus. And he's looking in a pretty okay spot, but you definitely want that Jax too sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a little bit strange, you know. With Radiant Ginsu's, I feel on Nocturne is absolutely wonderful. Not only for the hilarity of doing its best Beyblade impression, but also for the amount of damage that it gets off of it. Jax, on the other hand, already has inherent attack speed scaling, so I feel like it's a little bit of a weaker option. You know, Dawnglade probably finding themselves in a situation much like Araya did there, where finding no AP options. Well, looks like Dawnglade may have not found any good options for Jax whatsoever, so instead had to lick their wounds and just pick up the Radiant Ginsu's, which did get a buff. So it's not overall that bad of an item anymore. It's just perhaps not what you're looking for, really.
Yeah.
Now, Frosty, can I propose to you something?
Okay, hit me with it.
Why doesn't he just use the Reforger on it?
Because you
can first rate it.
You could, but you've got one really good item on your Jax. You've got one really good item on your Jax, and it's a BT. And you really want to keep that BT on him there. Alright. So, I'd say that's the reason why you haven't seen him reforge the Jax yet. Is because, yeah, I love the sustain on a Jax. And having the Warmogs combined with the BT there is actually a pretty good combination.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the items aside from the Rage Blade on Jax are really nice. You do tend to not see many people slam the Warmogs onto the Jax, which I think is a shame, because I think that, you know, Jax with a strong defensive item is actually really nice. I'll be honest, I was a little bit intrigued they didn't magnetic remover to put a Last Whisper on the Jax that's on bench, but that being said, I don't know if I'd prefer that over TGs, and yeah, slam the TGs. I think the TGs here are probably the better play.
Dawnglade running into Uncle Chubby for the time being here. Looks like, unfortunate for Dawnglade, is actually managing to almost snipe off that rail there, which would have been massive for the fight, but it just looks like Uncle Chubby's board is just overall much stronger, has a much better Radiant item here, and just an overall stronger Jax, and you can see it by the way that this fight is turning wholeheartedly in the favor of Uncle Chubby. And I mean, Master Els and Dawnglade sharing last place here at 10 HP. They're in one loss range, and this is where it gets exciting.
And that's an interesting thing, because like we were talking about it earlier, how in like the team-based like TFT games, it's like, all right, you've got to try and not contest your teammates, but you have here Chubby's basically got the board of Dawnglade. He's just like, well, I'm you, but stronger. And so we do see Dawnglade try to look for the pivot here. He's selling off his stronger units. He's sold off his Jax. He's trying to build something else with his board, but I don't think he's going to be too successful. He does find the Aphelios too, which you can throw the BT on, the Ginsu's on, but it's you know, it's that concern of playing against your teammate is you don't want to contest their units.
But I will say, though, that I think that Aphelios was perhaps the best thing that Dawnglade could have found here. You know, an excellent holder for both of these items, perhaps the best holder for Radiant Ginsu's. But as I say that, taking a big loss to Master Els, who will knock out Dawnglade, unfortunately taking the first 8th for the OCE B team here. But overall, looking at the health totals here, it's not looking all too bad for OCE. You know, Escher, Raza, who are finding themselves up in the upper echelons there, have taken themselves a good few losses. So, well, I mean, you know what? Scratch that. It looks like OCE may be in a little bit of a precarious spot instead.
Yeah, I was just about to note that. It's like you've got 3 of the SEA players right there at the top. You've also got Araya, who's been up there basically since 2-1. Boljo is also in a really good spot, and so is Zero, as we saw with the Nocturne earlier. That is one hell of an Akshan that Aksha has got for himself there, though.
That's crazy. That's something else. Those Akshan items are insane. Just because it gets hits on so many different units in its cast, it's going to stack up both DBs rather quickly. Hopefully they're able to hit the 2-star variant soon, because if they don't, it's actually not going to be that strong. Akshan 1 is, you know, it's nice, you know, it helps, but it's, a lot of the time it just feels like a Last Whisper bot.
There is the occasional pop-off opportunity here, but I mean, you see the fragility of the Akshan 1 just being tossed around here, and that's just what happens when you can't have that tankiness there, and you can't get those consistent swings off. You just end up dying too soon, and it looks like a second OCE player in the name of Uncle Chubby, not Uncle Chubby, is going to be going down in 7th here. Not the greatest start, the OCE B team.
And it was something that we were talking about before heading into this lobby, is like the OCB team is a very, very strong team, and you know, maybe they had the chance to continue pushing the lead that the A team has, but SEA is really fighting back. They've put in a really good performance here so far. They've got 3 players in top 3 positions right now. Masteros is holding on for dear life to try and salvage as many points as possible. And from a position where he was looking like potentially going 8th, 6th is not a bad place.
No, definitely not a bad spot to be in at all. A little bit worried for OCE, to be honest. This is definitely a rough first game. Not the sort of spots or opener that they really want to be in. But I imagine that they'll be able to make the comeback. Fingers crossed that this Karma hits the Vel'Koz once more, but it doesn't. Decides to hit the rest of the units first, and therefore they lose the combat. Because that's just how Karma does. Doesn't matter if you do 10k damage if you don't hit the backline.
That is a strategic loss though, because that is to his 1 HP teammate there in Master Els. And you know what just happened there? Eshu went out in 6th. There is a world here where we have a full SEA top 4, and that will catapult them into the points.
Yeah, that'll absolutely make a large difference on the scoreboard.
Oh, absolutely. All according to plan here. See, I faded you in with the false sense of security here, like I was showing you in the past 3 games, because I knew that the CB team would be clutching it out in this game here and able to turn it around, as we see a very pivotal Nico's pickup as Araye manages to go to level 9 here and has the potential to, say, go for something like a Karma 3 if they so choose. Araye is just in a really strong spot, and I'd be surprised to see him not clutch it out from here.
Okay, Frosty, you're back on the SEA team. I remember
Always
like,
was
10
baby.
minutes ago, 10 minutes
Always
ago, 20
was.
minutes ago. Where you're
I
like,
don't
I
know
take
what
it
you're
back.
talking about.
I take it back, everybody.
I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
from OCE. They're the better team.
What
They're
are
gonna
you talking
win.
about,
Blah blah
mate?
blah. And now the second the results don't go, actually you cursed us. No, go back to SEA. I take it back. Good riddance.
No, mate. I don't know what you're talking about here. I already said early game, and this was just a sign of trying to get some false confidence into you, mate. You know, Master L's taking the L here finally. Looks like we won't be getting the full top 4 for SEE.
We actually
Unless
will.
Raza was
Based
just
on-
scouting out somebody else there, and Raza will actually enable a top 4 for SEE on all members. So now it's just for show.
Wow, this is a big game for SEA. Getting the full 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of the dream that you have in these team tournaments is to go into that. Look, the SEA boys, you can see right down the bottom there. Let's tune in to see what they're celebrating about after that absolutely monster performance.
33.
Ikaw na lang, hindi ko pa
It's
nakakalaman.
33 to
Kanina mo pa ako
33 to-
nadadodge eh.
Wait, 10,
right?
18,
Guys, that PNC,
Whoa.
thanks for the follow,
25,
man.
30, 31. It's
Appreciate
31
it.
to 31 to 31 to
Ang ginagawa
what's that,
natin
31 to
dito?
10? Wow. Wow, they're
What
fucking
does-
throwing
Huwag
our
mo mag-hate.
Wow.
Hindi, bawal lang.
How the
Bawal yata eh. Kanina tinuloy din nila eh.
Kanina.
Wait, why is he
Tangina mo,
playing
knock na
Sefet?
yun to. Tangina mo.
Oy!
Oy!
I think that
Nagkas yun.
Tatagal pa yung game.
I mean,
And then you can just hear the boys. They're just having a little bit of fun there. They are, you know, very stoked the fact they managed to get that good. They were counting up the points in their head as well. I'm pretty sure I heard 31 being thrown out as a number of points that they got. Pretty sure that's about right for how many points they'll get for the full top 4. And that is an absolutely huge turnaround. Now they're just going to play the game out, much like how the OCE boys were doing it in Group 1, in Group A, I mean. And look, you know, hats off to them. They've absolutely done their reach and proud with this absolutely monster game 1, Frosty.
Oh yeah, look at the faces that you see in the bottom right corner. Master L's, you know, taking the 4th place there, is going to be spectating between the Titans of the Sea region for the time being. And I mean, we saw that board from our who was it, Asire, before, who was absolutely crushing it with that Nocturne. And I gotta say, that's perhaps the scariest Nocturne I think we've seen all night tonight. Just absolutely dominating the boards. And I mean, Radiant Ginsu's wasn't the strongest item before, but if you told me that Radiant Ginsu's was Nocturne's best item after this game, I'd be pretty convinced, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely doing a lot better than we gave it any credit for. So, you know, props to them. They made the right choice in what item to pick up. Yeah, no, there's not really much else to say. SEA just sort of dominated this game.
And it is through the power of the Nocturne, which was the comp that got them so many points with Jose salvaging, you know, top fours from the brink in the Group A, and now it's getting them a full top four for SEA. I want to, while this action is still going on, I do want to use this time to debrief a little bit about this lobby because it is pretty much said and done, the point situation though. Frosty, how do you think the OCE boys bounce back from this?
I think it's going to be a clear adaptation from here on out. You see a lot of these players in this lobby here who are starting to play a little bit differently from Team A that we saw before, where Team A was focusing a lot on reroll. Rai immediately leads out this game with a straight up karma game, not something that we're used to seeing, but I mean, the rest of these players here are still playing the reroll compositions. Asira was playing the Nocturne comp, and as you see, Boljo here is playing this Yasuo comp. It's time to contest. They've got to contest these compositions, otherwise this is just going to continue to be the story of today.
I agree with you a lot, Frosty, but I think one of the things that we need to mention is that OCU was contesting each other on units and comps. There was two people trying to play Jax. There was it was a lot of just, you know, not working as a team and just sort of trying to play TFT by themselves and not talking to each other about, hey, I've got an insanely strong opener for this, you have to play something else.
Yeah, definitely a good point there, and it's honestly, it might be a little bit of it might be a little bit uncomfortable for them. They might not be used to playing with each other as much as they might be used to. And so, you know, there's the SE team. I haven't been seeing a lot of them, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see, that they have been working together really well, because it seems like this squad is very cohesive. They work together in this first game like an actual proper squad.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, usually you're playing ladder and it's just playing against each other. You're not really focusing on, like, you know, oh, I've got to make sure that I don't contest this guy's comp. It's very much like, I have this comp in hand, I am going to beat you. But you can't do that when your teammate's playing that comp. And so we do see, we're finally down to the top two here of Asira and Boljo. This is probably going to be the final combat. A well-fought battle there from Araye with that Karma. Didn't expect it to go too well. Getting a third, getting his team across the line, can't complain with that quick.
No, definitely not. I think third's really the best you can hope for with Karma. There's not really much else than that. You know, Garen 2 had, like, kind of mediocre items. There's not, like, you know, the comp is just not strong compared to the rest of things. It's good when you hit it as early as they did and it can carry you over the line like it did, but it's never going to get you too much.
And you look at the power levels comparatively between all the reroll compositions and that Karma board. I mean, the Karma board looked strong, right? It had a Garen 2, it had a Karma 2. But you look at, Asira's board here. It's got a Volibear 2, you know, a fully stacked board alongside, you know, a Hellion Spatula onto this Fiddlesticks. And you look at that and you just say, wow, that is scary, right? That board looks terrifying in HD even. You know, in high definition. And heck, even looking at Boljo's board as well, that board looks terrifying. That's not the sort of stuff you want to be seeing at all.
I mean, we did highlight the Husky comp as one of the comps we were going to see a bit of tonight. Doesn't hit the 3-star Lee Sin, but does hit the 3-star Yasuo with some absolutely brilliant items. But the Nocturne Blend is just way too strong to get through it. Can the Gwen fight back the 2-star Gwen? Snipping her way through the combat? It is not. It is Asira is going to take the win with the Blender comp. Boljo is out in second, but that is a hats off performance to the Southeast Asian contingent here from Group B. They have managed to take first to fourth and raking up so many points in the process, overtaking OCE. We'll find out the true scores after the break, but, you know, we've got to quickly debrief ourselves. We're going to go get some glasses of water because that was an absolute barn burner, but please keep here. We'll be back in 5 minutes. a TFT Oceania versus Southeast Asia Showdown presented by Order. What a game we just witnessed there. It was total SEA domination as they swept OCE. They took first, second, third, fourth, getting 31 points for themselves in the process and overtaking the OCE boys after they got a lead in the first groups. Pulling up the scores right now, as you can see, it is looking towards 85 points to SEA to 79. The graphics are coming in a minute. I've got myself that I can actually read off, which is convenient. But before the graphic gets pulled up, Frosty, there we are. There's the graphic you can see now, 85 to 79. Frosty, break that game down for me. We were talking in the break there how important the team play of TFT when it comes to these 4v4 tournaments is, and SEA showed us why that is.
Well, we were talking a lot about SEA, but I'm pretty sure SEA had 8 members in that game at that point. You were talking about first, second, third, fourth. Well, talk about fifth, 6th, 7th, and 8th as well, because it seemed like the entire team for OCE was just working towards giving SEE that win. So we're going to really need to see the teamwork dynamic out from OCE this time around, unless they want to get utterly swept again.
Yeah, and look, the format of this tournament is obviously it is 4v4. So these teams are going. It's not necessarily your typical TFT game of every man for themselves. They are working together. So you've got the Oceanic boys split into two teams because there's 8 representatives per region. Currently, we're watching the games 4 to 6 on day 1 down the bottom there. OCE Group B versus SEA Group B. There is no points individually. It is all the teammates sharing points, working together to try and get the best boards and the best scores for themselves. Twig, you spoke about it a bit in the cast last time. The OCE boys are missing it out, but I can see that Razor said he's let the boys out for a pep talk. What do you reckon he's told them?
Stop contesting each other. I think that was probably the main thing, is that they, 2 of them were running jacks with pretty much identical comps, both of them bottom forward. There was a lot of times where basically it's just them working against each other, but working for individual gain, which doesn't really work. And we've seen that it doesn't work in 4v4 TFT so far.
Well, it looks like that, as you can see behind me on the television, SCA definitely channeled the radiant Mort Dog of that game, while the OCE boys definitely worked against themselves with a little bit of Shadow Mort Dog. But as we jump into Game 5, our penultimate game of the day, hopefully Raz's pet talk has certainly fixed them up, got them a bit more on the same page as we enter here at the end of the neutral stage. And look, it is early on, but we did see that contestation of comps between it was Chubby Bunny and Dawnglaive at around stage 4 last game. How do you think they can go about avoiding that, Frosty?
Well, it turns out that the team has access to microphones. And now what microphones allow people to do is communicate to each other through the internet here. I know, quite amazing, right? And so I feel like if they use their microphones and use their voices to great effect here, I feel like that is going to help them out greatly in making it so that the outcome of the game is not as disastrous as it was the previous game.
You'd hope so. You'd hope that would make a change. But that being said, there's still much more to TFT than just 4v4 TFT than just that. You also need to actually play the game. So the communication bit's important, but I don't know. I still feel like just general scouting would have told people that, I need to avoid this.
Yeah, most definitely. We do see Raza out here with the same start that he had last game. He did opt for the Sentinel start last game. He did opt to not level up, and he took a heavy loss again. So, Raza, he is a very, very storied player within OCE. Did make that set 4 worlds. Unluckily enough, not going to be able to qualify for set 5 worlds. But, he is the captain of this squad, and, if anyone's going to be able to rally the troops back, it's going to be, I'm not going to call him brash, but he is certainly very loud-mouthed.
Oh, you love to see it. That's the one thing that we really feel like has been missing from TFT is a little bit of trash talk, a little bit of gumption, a little bit of spice in the scene here. And so it's a really fresh take on everything here, having a little bit of beef between everyone here. That in all, as we all know in TFT, it's not about the destination, it's about the friends we make along the way, griefing each other, playing Hellions.
Absolutely, it's definitely all about the friends we made along the way. Not so much.
You don't make many friends playing Hellions, though.
No, see, that's the joke.
Definitely not. You make less. You make enemies. And if you're collecting enemies, then Hellion's definitely the way to go.
So no, I'm gonna write that one down in the notebook. Gonna Peepo G that one down. Keep that one in mind.
I mean, there is a reason why Teemo has the cruel trait, right? You know.
Checks out.
we need to move on from this bit. But look, I'm just glad Hellion isn't being played anymore. It's as simple as that. You know, we can all go back to being friends. We don't have to hate that one person in every lobby. Oh, I mean, like, sometimes we still do. There's always that one person. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
it's not Hellions anymore.
Yeah.
Now it's 4 people playing A-Bomb Ivanheimer.
It's truly a go next situation here that we find ourselves in, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. At the start of this game, it's actually just been looking around the boards that are being scouted. There's a lot of players who are running an Abomination start. You know, it's obviously still a very, very powerful start, got lots of comps it can pivot into, but we are going to tune in to the OCE boys. Let's see if their mics are on this time.
Fuck. It was.
Okay.
I don't know if I could have gotten that.
Oh
It
wait,
was
no,
on,
it's Rye. That's fine. It doesn't
Oh,
give
wait,
it
what?
to
Alright, okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Oh wait, Riot denied it from thing. Oh right,
Yeah.
right.
He denied it from his team.
Oh, that's so good. I think he did. He was trying. I think he wanted to deny from me, but I only wanted to deny from a zero. I didn't even want it.
Okay, I'm 100% close though.
Still very, very early days, but you can see the, you know, the OCE boys talking about, you know, trying to deny items
so it's
from
fine.
some of
It's
the
fine.
SEA guys. You know, we're jumping in now with the SEA guys as well, just very briefly. No,
Attention,
never mind.
Aatrox.
They are gone. But as you can see, there is a little bit of tension between,
Down. What
you
does
know,
this team
looking
make?
at the
Hodge?
items and trying to, you know,
Archangels.
make things work.
Yeah, it was really refreshing though, just hearing their take on everything going into the carousel there. They are actually actively scouting around there, you know, trying to deny items from key players, you know. Asaya, who is, again, the storied assassin player for Team C here, taking over Jose's role for the time being in trying to take those big loss streaks. Once again, having the spatula denied from him is a very big deal. You know, trying to fit in 4 assassins with something like an assassin fiddlesticks can be very big for the composition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's really, really smart to have a designated lose streak player as well in your team, and just have everyone else play for best board. Because if everyone else on like if there's multiple people on OCE team that are wanting to lose streak, and there's one person on SEA that is just hard forcing a lose streak, making sure that they lose every single combat no matter the circumstances, it's going to ruin their econ and it's going to ruin their HP and everything. So I think it's very smart for SEA to have someone that's just, okay, every game I'm going to be sub 60 HP at stage 3, but you guys are going to be a lot healthier because of it.
I'm just waiting to see the 2 open fort boards play each other, if there is one from each side. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, that could decide the game.
Yeah, unironically, that could end up deciding the game here, but as we see Master L's queuing into his teammate here, has done his job successfully, has completed the loss streak going in, and has enabled Master L's to continue the 5-win streak. And Escher is no longer on a win streak either, so I'd say SE is looking at a very strong spot coming into the first creep round here.
Not that you can really avoid it as well, but I'm pretty sure Escher was playing Dawnglade that round as well. So, you know, it does sting a little bit to come from your own teammate, but it's very hard in the early stages to kind of predict who you're actually going to play, because by the time you get to that last combat, it's basically just like, well, there's still like 3 or 4 players I can still play. You can't, you know, mathematically wind it down. It's like, alright, I'm not going to verse my teammate this round.
Well, I hear that if you pray to Mordog enough, that RNG just so happens to go your way with a flip of a switch, so, you know, I guess we've heard conflicting things here and there, but honestly wouldn't be surprised to hear that the game is not in fact rigged for all the players who get bad RNG, and is in fact, you know, fairly balanced for the most part, but shh, don't tell anyone else.
It's just whether you get Radiant Mortdog or Shadow Mortdog, and there is no in between. You either get good or you get bad. and it's entirely dependent, as you said, on a switch. It just sets off every 5 minutes. It just randomly flicks, and then you'll get a little bit of good and a little bit of bad.
Makes sense. Yeah, it kind of checks out, honestly.
It seems like it's a
going to-
lot more bad than good for OC at the moment, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, that is there an entire lore behind this now? Where can we find all this information?
I'm sure, like, the TFT comms guy, millions of people, is certainly working on the next Mort Dog lore arc for Set 6.
I don't know if I want to see official TFT lore after recent happenings.
Oh, well, that's a whole new can of worms to find yourself in there now, isn't it?
Yeah,
But we're here to discuss TFT today, and not the other side of the shed here. As we see Arise continuing to successfully lose streak for the time being. Though one has to wonder whether it's by choice or not. You know, we were talking about designated lose streak players in Asira and Raza beforehand, and it looks like Arai is taking better losses than both of those players, but perhaps not by choice.
Yeah, and it is like, it was pretty much like the Arias Econ there wasn't in the best spot either. He's kind of just like a little bit lost in translation right now, maybe trying to find something but couldn't find it early enough, or he's just not got the gold econ for it right now. But it is, you know, a bit dicey, and that is the way of TFT, is that sometimes it pans out your way. And for Araya last game, it was getting the Karma 2 at the Karma at 3-1, that you could just chuck the items on. And then this game, he hasn't managed to hit a similar kind of early game board to really stabilize.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at Esh's board at the moment. We're seeing the actual Callista reroll comp that's been, making the ways around very recently. Really good items for it. Already has Callista 3 at 3-2. It's really nice. Definitely would still like to see some more Callista items at this point, but is only 3 off of Leona 3, so that's really good. Has decent enough Aatrox items. Redemption is pretty good here. Yeah, a lot of items still to come, but plenty of HP, plenty of gold. Definitely has enough time to roll down for this comp.
So I'll go on the record for saying I do not love this reroll composition. I'm a big fan of reroll compositions, you know. In fact, if you look in my match history, many players would say that I play nothing but reroll. That's false, by the way, but you know, that's another story for another time. I will go on record saying that I feel like a lot of this composition relies on hitting a lot early, and even still, I feel like it drops off too quickly late game, where you see a lot of these other reroll compositions that rely on 3 costs have very strong power spikes in the mid game here. It feels like past stage 3, the Callista comp starts to take a heavy drop off, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how Escher pilots through it. It also is quite heavily reliant on hitting Aatrox as well, and as we saw, Escher only had 2 Aatrox, so it's a little bit questionable.
Well, we did hear from the OC boys at the first carousel. Now let's hear what the SEA boys have to say about their current game state.
I don't get tilted. I don't get tilted by the piece of the thing.
Ito na sa akin, ah. Block na lang.
It's
It's
just
like,
frustrating.
Fuck, I really need tears so bad.
Let's go.
It's the way you play Jax.
What is yung Aatrox too?
No, he's
Ah,
trying to
Bramble Aatrox sana yun eh. So,
He wants
siya
the...
sira. Bramble.
It's fun. It's fun.
Para kay Asira.
Oh shit.
That's good.
Pwede
po mag-ribbon. Kaya. That's not good. What is he playing?
Hindi,
Go.
mag-ribbon na eh.
What is
Am I
he doing?
playing?
Just...
Yeah, he is.
Ayun, no? Chubby.
Wait. Didn't show him...
Pwede mo mag-Pilios.
Tasklate.
Yeah,
ako naman
so,
talaga.
as you can see there,
Yeah,
right,
see,
round 4, you made a fun out of it, you know? We have seen a lot of spat items today. I'm pretty sure that's the first fun that we've seen, Twig.
Yeah, I think that's the first fun. Hopefully it's the only one. I don't want a repeat of that game ever again. I do not want to see 4 fun ever again. That was not fun. Despite what the name sounds like, it was not enjoyable to look at because there was just too many things happening and I got confused.
For the misinformed, that did happen in the mid-set invitational for OCE, the wonderful fabled 4 fun game. You have to go back and dig through the archives for that one.
I actually believe we have the player who got 4 fawns here. I believe Dawnglade was the one who got 4 fawns here, so Dawnglade being the champion of the For Fun community here.
Yep.
Well, where Seaman is standing strong for the time being. So good on you, Seaman, for standing up to the For Fun players.
I'm just getting PTSD now. First, it was the media announcement image. There was me with the four Fons in the foreground, and now Dawnglades here, and now you guys are talking about Fons, and I hate this.
And as we get into the Radiant Armory there, Ryan made up his mind very quick. He went for the Banshees, the Radiant Banshees there, which is a big pickup into this comp. Giving your Jax that spell shield is very, very handy to make sure that he gets more bonks off onto the enemy team and doesn't just get stopped at the first time. What are you thinking about Araya's board right now, Frosty?
I think it looks really strong. We see Araya is choosing to prioritize trying to go towards the Knights more than anything else. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax transition out into something like Aphelios. These items work really well for Aphelios. But even still, Jax is just overall a really solid unit, hasn't really taken a few nerfs for a while, so even if you're not going for it, I still think this is a stellar spot for him.
Yeah, agreed. I think Jax is still just such a good unit to stabilize around, especially with those sort of items, but I think you're right. I think Aphelios pivot here with the units that they do have. Is this Raza playing Rats?
It is.
Why?
This is Raza playing
Why
Rats.
not?
What a fall from grace.
Okay, I'm jumping ship. I hope SEA wins. They haven't played Rats so far. This is not okay.
You were calling me the traitor beforehand, and now look who's jumping ship to join me, hey?
Hey, I have a good moral reason to. Yours was just because they were winning.
Right, okay. Sure, you keep telling yourself that, okay?
Super copium.
Well, Raza's in quite a dangerous spot right now. He has dropped below the 40 gold threshold, so he has gotten his Divine Blessing. He is trying to find this Tristana 3 as fast as possible. 7 out of 9. Hit some nice upgrades on that roll down. He did hit a Center 2 that he had on bench that he then just sold off. He hit the Lulu 2, hit the MF 2, but he really, really, really needs that Tristana 3 to actually get this Rats comp off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. Something important to note here is that Raza was actually going to be the designated Rats player of the bunch before Hellions ended up getting nerfed here, so maybe it's perhaps just a comfort, a sign of comfort pick. Because I know that Raza really loves his reroll comps, much to my chagrin, as he stole my Zayas back in the set 3 qualifier there for Worlds, but I don't sleep at night without thinking about that at all, so it didn't affect me very much. It's no big deal. But other than that, we're on good terms here, so that's not at all why I'm rooting for C at all.
Oh, it was also the Keeper's comp in set 4 for him as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Got at the top of Reddit.
Oh yeah, what a throwback. Dude, that comp was so much fun though.
You want to talk about super copium? I'm inhaling it by the bunch.
Yep.
The super oh, he actually reforged it!
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
I pretend not to see it.
We talked about
He's
it
not
last game.
They're not gonna hit. They're not gonna hit. They don't have the gold. Okay, Raza's going bot 4 and they know it.
Oh, this is.
You can see
we talked
the
about
light.
it last game. We did talk about the possible reforge onto the Radiant item, and Raza took his redemption, and now he got Chalice. That's not fun.
And as you can see, it's a very last-ditch sort of effort, sort of maneuver that Raza's had to take here. Although, looking like might be able to take down this combat, but, I mean, hey, this is not an awful loss. Dawnglade also rocking a few Hellions just to try to transition here, but Raza finds himself in that very unfortunate spot right about now where it's probably going to have to start selling off some Lulus to just try to guarantee at least one 3-star. Otherwise, it's definitely going 8.
We do see there that Escher has committed to that full Callista reroll. The items there, he just slammed the RFC at the end there. He had the IE as well, I'm pretty sure, and the last Whisper. Oh, he didn't actually slam the RFC, he actually held off on it. Do you think he should have slammed the RFC though, quick?
I think that it's definitely a choice. I was thinking about the Titans, actually. I've seen it a couple times where it helps keep Callista alive a little bit later, but I don't know. I think slamming RFC is probably not the play. They have the like possibility to get something different from Carousel. They don't need to slam anything right now. I'm more just laughing at the fact that they still have 1-star Aatrox and a Kalista reroll comp. That's like just absolutely tragic.
Yeah, and for as powerful as the Callista is for the time being, when you start seeing these ironclad boards start to come in, it's really going to not bode all too well for the Callista reroll board. I think the one item that Escher is really holding out for right now is a Ginsu's Rageblade, because even with Legionnaire in, Callista attacks so slow, and it's almost painful trying to get that first cast off, you know, and I mean, Callista is pretty reliant on trying to hit that first cast, so I think that's the sort of item that Escher's heading towards here. As we see, yep, there's
And he nets it.
immediately the rod being picked up.
It's a 4-cost rod too, which he'll be absolutely laughing to the bank with.
That's right, managing to keep a lot of that gold in the pocket for the time being, and that's the Rageblade slam right there.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, I've spent a little bit too much time playing this composition. You know, it's almost a new reroll comp pops up and I go, oh, a new reroll comp, let's try it out. And then you just keep losing with it and you go, oh no, it might not be good. Oh no. But it seems like for the time being, Escher is in a fine spot. We'll just see how long it keeps holding out for. This Vel'Koz on the board of Master Els here is awfully scary. And that pierce damage absolutely obliterating the back line of Master Els. Wow, that was, well, that's one way to close out a fight there.
I'm just more terrified for what that Vel'Koz is going to be at, like, 2-star. And with a third item to finish off, because he does have the spare component there. That is a very scary thought to face later on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a really strong comp. That's definitely a problem. But we do have 2 OCE representatives in first and second at the moment, HP-wise. Dongle is looking pretty healthy. We go back to Master Els on the roll down with the Vel'Koz. Still hasn't managed to hit 2-star yet, which is a huge shame. But the rest of their board is kind of really, really good.
Yeah, hitting a lot of these other critical 2-stars, you know, picking up that 2-star Nunu, a big deal. Also critically taking out the Teemo there to try to enable Redeemed. We tend to see 3 Redeemed coming in fairly handy for the Vel'Koz, as it actually does help out quite a bit with the stats. It'll just be interesting to see exactly what Master El picks up off of Carousel here, and seeing if we're going to be able to get a proper mana item off, or will Master Els be having to try to reforge for something? That's the scary bit right there.
The good thing is that if he does try to reforge for something, he does have the magnetic remover, so he doesn't have to look at reforging that Archangels, because that is quite a strong item onto that Vel'Koz right on there right now. So if it worst comes to worst, if he doesn't find it here at the Divine Blessing, which is another reforger plus gold, or at the neutrals here, he can always look at, you know, magnetic removing, reforging safely, and making sure that Jeweled Golem Archangel still goes back onto the Vel'Koz.
So now I ask you a question, Twig. Are you feeling lucky, Punk? Are you?
From this spot? No, not really. I think that they have, like, I think they're gonna, yeah, I was gonna say, they're gonna get 1, which is the perfect item. It's exactly what they wanted. So I'm not feeling lucky, but they definitely are.
What can I say? It's a good day to be a C player right about now. Master El's truly representing the Seamen to the best of his ability right about now, but still, it doesn't exactly have all the forecasts quite yet. I think that even still, with even a strong position like this one, it's still a little bit precarious for him. It's at 40 health, you know, just received Stimmy there. So if there's no Vel'Koz too, it could be quite devastating.
Yeah, and I was just about to actually ask before he actually pulled it off there, but he had the 2 Reforgers on bench. He already had the Sunfire made with the Chain Vest and the Giant's Belt. I was going to say, does he reforge one of the components to try and find something else? That's exactly what he did. Reforged it into a Gargoyles to slam onto the Scion. As we do say goodbye to Razor once again. But I think that was a really smart play from Master Els. Obviously realized that, you know, maybe we can get a better component out of here. And the gargoyles is, it's not like a massively popular item, but it's very, very good onto the Scion there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as we move over to Rai, who manages to reforge into, once again, the perfect item to put onto the Aphelios here, has just got an extraordinarily strong board. And choosing to rock something that we don't typically see, a 4-brawler frontline. This is a very interesting choice, and honestly, I'm kind of in love with it here. You don't really have the really strong knights to enable you. So why not just go with the next best thing with just a literal ton of health?
And I really like the read of that as well. Is like you see this in like there's a lot of armor shred in these comps with like the Last Whisper and that. Armor doesn't mean anything. Like if you have a bunch of health, if it can survive the Callista Pierce onto the mainline targets, which it sadly doesn't there for Araye, but if the frontline targets can survive the Callista Pierce based off raw HP from the 1000 HP that you get from Brawler 4, that's a really smart move when you're like, well, I'm just gonna have like most of my armor removed every time they auto attack me anyways from the Callista there with the 100% chance of activating Last Whisper.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the full brawler frontline isn't utilized enough. I think that it's still, it's really, really good. Like, Volibear's such a good unit, is dropping down from it now that they've hit the Revenant, which, honestly, fair enough, Revenant's just so insanely good. But I think that for an early/mid-game transition point, I think the full brawl is a really strong frontline that lends itself to, you don't want to run Ironclad when there's AP. You don't want to run Ironclad that much when everyone has Last Whisper and Armor Shred and Akshan, etc. So it's the sort of middle ground where it gives you options until you end up hitting the better front line of Revenant. Also, that being said, it's just a nice little throwback to set 3.
Yeah, I absolutely love this choice as well from Rai, who chooses to put in Invoker. I think it's less about trying to get that Revenant in, and it's just more about trying to get the Invoker in to try to enable Aphelios, who again does have a very sizable mana pool and does attack very rapidly, so can make excellent use of it. Invoker doesn't just have to be in these AP-centric compositions. It can, in fact, come in quite handy here as well.
That comes in from the Aphelios changes as well, which we talked about a bit earlier. The rework, like, it increased like how much damage his ability did. It also increased the mana on it, so having that a little bit of gen, just to make sure that it actually gets up there. He's also 3 away now from the Aphelios 3, and once he hits that hits 10 targets, by the way. That cast of Aphelios 3 hits 10 targets, which is gonna wipe boards.
So this is ultimately where I start to look to other players like Escher here to identify the potential win condition of that Aphelios 3 and to start trying to deny these sorts of units. You should, in these positions, you should never allow these players to hit Aphelios 3. It's pretty much a straight misplay at this point to allow that sort of a thing. It's all on the OCE players to try to deny this. As we see, just this Callista doing absolute work. And this just goes to show you the power of Callista in compositions that don't have Ironclad in them, right? Because only the auto attacks work against units that... the auto attacks and the armor shred works against units that have already been auto attacked, but only when you apply the spear does it get that extra armor debuff there. So it's a very shaky spot. But I feel like players are starting to make that transition now to try to get those rels in as well.
And as we just jump back into the action here, Chubby Bunny is out in 7th, so it's definitely not a good start again for the OCE guys, but there are 2 bastions of hope right now. It's Escher and Dawnglade sitting top of the lobby at 55 and 42 HP respectively. Both of them are still yet to get their Divine Blessings, which, as we saw earlier, I think was just a ton of gold and a Reforger. But, that ton of gold, can push towards a bit more roll. You can then hold those Aphelioses, which, losing Chubby in that respect kind of hurts a little bit. It's one less person to hold that key unit. But, it is working. It could still work out in OC's favor if they manage to at least get one of those guys into the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. They really need both of them to get, go first and second here to really equal out the sort of point distribution that they're losing. Again, we do see one SEA player finally drop out. It's not going to be an OCE bottom 4, SEA top 4 lobby again, thankfully. But yeah, OCE's still in a really, really scary spot as far as points are concerned. As you know, 7th, 8th, not great.
Yeah, unfortunately, Uncle Chubby has not been having the greatest of games, going 8th in game 1 and then going 7th in game number 2 here. But again, as you mentioned, 2 bastions of hope, and it seems like Escher has been on quite the win streak for the time being. The Calista board not falling off quite yet. I'd say, looking at this lobby, I'd say that the boards haven't been as stacked as we've been seeing them in the past few games here. It almost feels like the overall unit quality here is not the strongest, but Stormglade didn't exactly pick up the Aphelios there, and I really wanted to see that. I really want to see him start to try to deny that potential win condition.
Yeah, I 100% agreed. I think that they really need to recognize what's actually working well for SEA, and they need to start scouting a little bit more, and as a team sort of prioritizing stopping certain things like the Aphelios, because you know it's the win condition for SEA.
Stormglade chooses to roll past another Aphelios here. You got to imagine that.
another.
I mean, I think at this point that you're just really trying to look for a solid carry, right? I think that is just Stormglade's memo right about now. Stormglade is at 1 life. The only person who is, in fact, not in 1 tap range is Escher with that really strong board. And as we see, there's 7 Aphelioses there. I mean, at this stage of the game, it definitely does feel like if you're at 7, it's almost one too far away to really consider it to be a close one. But we know how quickly these tables can be turned as Araya runs into Dawnglade, but this double volley board is really scary.
Yeah, for sure. Volibear's just such a strong unit, especially when you get 2 of them with Revin. It's always going to be nice. The second one doesn't even get a cast off, unfortunately, but still, first one probably did the job.
And that is going to be all she wrote for Dawnglade there. And it looks like the majority of the SEA players have stayed alive. Escher took a loss there. And it's going to be 3 SEA players again in the top 4 of this lobby.
Yeah, this is a very much an uphill battle now for OCE, just even resetting after this game. Dawnglade needed to hold out there. Didn't manage to actually find the upgrades in time, especially that Heimer 2. And so he goes out in 5th there. And now with Escher hard losing now, he has to hold on for at least 1 more, hopefully 2 combats to at least make sure that maybe Araya and Master Els gets knocked out before him.
Fingers crossed here for Escher, but this might be the one. Oh, it's looking like it is the one. Oh, that's so tragic.
And that's just the Callista board falling off. That's just what it is. We talked about it earlier. That's what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, Callista does have that fall off. Is not the best carry for the majority of the game for the most part. And once again, it's a C top 3 this time as well. You know what else rhymes with C and OCE?
Hit me.
Free.
Hit me.
I knew it was coming.
I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But it's looking pretty free for SEE right about now. It's their day to be taking it out, that's for sure.
Yeah. This is, you know, a very, very good performance by SEA Group B. Not only did they take 1, 2, 3, 4 in game 1, they're taking 1, 2, 3, 6 in game 2. That's a lot of points on the board, only extending that lead. And it's done through good play. And it's like, you've got these guys, they're playing 4 very different comps, they're contesting very few units. They're playing to their strengths, talking about their items, they're positioning well, and they've got the tactics down pat. I really like this strategy we talked about at the start of the game, and they're just really flowing through it. They've got Asira, the dedicated Nocturne Blender player, who has hit 2 really nice Radiant items in a row for that Nocturne carry. And then you've got the other, I think it is Master L's. He did it last game where he was playing a little bit more of a tank play style. But yeah, was actually the first one to 9 this game, or one of the first ones to level up there. So they're playing just really well. And as we see, the lobby is over. Araye takes the win. And look, it is another absolute banger set for SEA. They're going to extend their lead in the OCE versus SEA Showdown, but there is still one more game for OCE to come back. Twig, what do you think needs to happen from here? We talked about the comms last game. What is it, just board strength maybe now?
I just think it's general TFT. I think that probably playing rats isn't the way to go for Raza. I think that it's a bit rough. I'm not too sure. Like there wasn't something definitive like there was last game where it's like, they're contesting each other. They're not looking at certain things. I think probably scouting, and they should be picking up Aphelios's and just making sure that the 3-star doesn't get hit. But I don't know. There's probably more to it than just that.
Yeah, well,
Boys,
with that,
let
we
me
will be
grab.
throwing to the last break of tonight. Please don't go anywhere. You have gone through 5 games of action, but there is still one left. Can SEA extend their lead, or will the OCE boys manage to break some stuff back before day 2? Find out after this break. welcome back to the TFT OCE vs SEA Showdown presented by Order for the 6th and final game of tonight. It was OCE at the start of the night, but since the halftime break, it has been all SEA. Now, I've got our average SEA enjoyer, Frosty. I will not say the term, or should I? The average Seaman enjoyer
Go on.
himself. How you feeling about, I guess, your boys' place right now?
Feels good. It's warming me to my heart right about now. And look, I didn't want to say it on cast here earlier, but y'all were encouraging me so much, so I just gotta say it. It's just a player diff. It's just clearly a player diff here for the time being. The OCE boys are just not showing up. But you know who is showing up? The Seaman, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they indeed are. And as you can see with the score totals here, it is 113 points to SEA, to OCE is 92. It's pretty much, if OCE take another hard loss here, Twig, it's pushed out past that one-game territory, and they're going to have to really run it back tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. This next game is going to be really pivotal for setting up who's actually going to end up taking the whole thing. Day one here is going to matter a lot. If SEA get, too far ahead, there's going to need to be some heroics from OCE tomorrow to catch back up.
Yeah, and look, all eyes are going to be on the manned face right there. Razza, the OCE team captain, hasn't had a solid start so far. 2 bot 4s and an 8th last game to start off his run in the OCE versus SEA Showdown. But, we were talking about it in the break as well, Frosty, is Razza's been playing a lot of Rats, and on this, so with the Rats comp, the Tristana's been nerfed. It hasn't been working out. What does he have to... Do you think he just needs to pivot comps now? And what does he even choose to pivot into?
Hard to say. I still think Rats are good. I want to go on record saying that I still think Tristana is still a good unit. In reality, I want to give the OCE boys some slack here. I want to say that sometimes you just don't hit when you're playing a reroll composition there. And that, maybe if Razza had hit a little bit earlier, the game would have gone in a little bit of a different direction. But it feels like it was almost out of a desperation move that Razza was trying to go for the Rats there. It needs to be more natural this time around, right? It needs to feel like Razza isn't just trying to hard force Rats no matter what. It's got to be something that just comes to him naturally. He must be the Rat Whisperer.
Well, he's got the 2-star Hellion in shop now to, Poppy there, to potentially start off this game 6, the 6th and final game for tonight. Twig, what do you think? Do you think he should get off the Rats?
I think, judging by items, should probably get off the Rats. I think from here, it's like maybe Redemption BT if they get a sword at 2-2, but I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this item opening into Rats. I think I'd rather play something else from here. However, getting the cannon, not too bad. Gives them a little bit of direction. They do have 3 Skirmisher currently. They could opt to sell Zyra and a Vladimir level, put 3 Skirm in and win streak from there, which is... it helps them with HP, but Razza hasn't leveled the last couple games, and I think they're gonna... Oh no, there we go. They are gonna level this time.
Yeah, and I love this. Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a little change of the strategy up from the OCE guys. We're talking about having designated players for each thing. Razza was the designated blue streak player, but if he's leveling here, putting in the 3 skirms with that early Nidalee that he got, he's not here to lose right now. He is here to make sure that he can get to 2-7 with as much of a win streak as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this change up personally. I think this is exactly what Razza needs to do. I think it needs to be just a little bit more natural, as we said. I was a little bit afraid because I saw the Rats and I was immediately going, I'm not quite sure if this move really benefits Razza. But you mentioned it before, Twig, hitting a Redemption here, slamming a BT on this Nidalee. That's a great direction to go. That really benefits him a lot, but even still, it looks like Razza is going to choose to pick up the bow. I don't hate it. I think that both options here are great. It's just going to be interesting to see exactly where this leads him. It may just be the fact that Razza is actually still trying to force a reroll composition with the Nocturne, as we see him pick it up there. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I really don't like the decision to not pick up the sword here. I think that slamming BT works so well with Tristana, and it works so well with Jax, and it works so well with Aphelios. Like, all three of these are like the main attack damage comps, and slamming it on a Nidalee this early is like a pretty much guaranteed 5-win streak all the way through first stage. I think that they definitely have a comp in mind picking the bow. They definitely want to go towards something that runs Runans or runs Ionic Spark. Or sorry, not with the bow. With the
The static
confused
shift.
with the cloak for a second there. Static shift, not so much, but it's like those sort of items. I don't know. I feel like the BT it's so strong on Jax and Tristana, and both of those are the options that he has from that specific opener. Having a 3 skirm opener, having a bit of Hellions, both of them need BT.
And I think, you know, it's like a big issue when you're looking at it as well, is like, could he be potentially greeting, looking for the sword on Carousel? Well, probably not, because sword is probably one of the more contested items right now, where all the guys are going to run these attack damage comps, and you know what gives you AD? That wonderful best friend sword.
Absolutely here. Yeah, I hate to say it, but a lot of compositions do run BT nowadays. You know, Bloodthirster being a core part of these compositions, simply because there is just so much inherent poke on the backlines that a lot of the time, if you just don't get that, it's hard for you to sustain. But we're going to go into OCE on the final game here to see what's going on.
Ideally, I get a chain so I can make some fire here.
I could have taken Yasuo, just played.
Chubby gets Riven potentially.
Oh.
Disaster.
Maybe it is Yasuo.
You want Yasuo?
I'm thinking about it. I can play it.
Okay, you can take it.
I think I'm just gonna take it. I'm gonna take it from him because he can actually play the Yasuo here.
Yeah, you can play it from your
Yeah,
spot.
I can play it as well. I can play it as
Yeah, you
well.
can
Oh, never mind. I'm keeping this in the lead for now.
No, fuck with my boys.
As you can see, there's a little bit of nervousness in the OCE contingent right now. Raza did take away the Yasuo from, I think it was Master Els, who was very much set up to take it with that Lee Sin with Morellonomicon. But I do like that, you know, he's making the choice. He had the items for it. He can definitely look into building out towards that Yasuo. It's just like trying to pivot the comp from this point is, you know, it's a tall order who basically has to change his entire board.
Yeah, I think that was the one takeaway that I was a little bit surprised to see, was that it almost felt like OCE just was lacking a little bit of confidence there. And, you know, this isn't me just trying to play it up for the crowd or anything here, but they genuinely sounded like they weren't actually sure as to, you know, what the proper path was to go. And that's not what you want to see. You want to have a little bit of confidence, ability to shake off everything that's happened over these past few games and to be able to regroup and come back strong. So I'm a little bit worried about their ability to try to rally it up for this last game here.
I mean, you heard them say it was a disaster when Chubby didn't get the Riven. Obviously, a little bit tongue-in-cheek there, but, you know, that is a very real thing. You know, these guys are really trying to push their strategy, but it just doesn't seem like anything is working out.
Yeah, for sure. I think OCE in a really rough spot, especially with, you know, Master Els having such a strong board like this is kind of crazy. But I think in general, they just are a little bit disheartened from how the last 2 games have gone. It definitely hasn't gone their way. They're probably a little bit disappointed, but letting it get to them to this extent is not ideal for how they want to play the rest of the tournament.
To see the final combat here playing between Master Els and Asaroya here. You know, you almost got to be in Asaroya's peer positions and saying that you don't want to be denying the win streak here, but it's so hard when you've got such a capped board with this A-bomb. But we'll see the A-bomb nerfs coming in here, and the power of the Olaf too managing to clear that up. So that pretty much progresses SE's game plan here to perfection, you know, trying to set up towards a really strong mid game. So we see it. Quite a few of the OCE players do find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard for the time being. So, looking a bit rough.
And we've got two hot streaking SEA players as well. I'm not sure how much of a win streak, if it's actually 4 or 5 for Araya, but like having 2 hot streak players heading into Krogs, you've got Master Els here, he's set. Like, as long as he can hit his his Yasuo's, which is probably where he's going to go to here with this Lee Sin start. If he can, you know, hit the rest of his comp, he's just going to be free top 4 yet again.
Yeah, they can go for the Assassin Lee Sin slam here as well, which is a little bit interesting. I think that it tends to work out rather nicely, especially within the Yasuo comp. But just moving over to Dawnglade, just having a look at what they're running. They've got the Rage Blade out already on the Nidalee. Nice little opening board. Not in too good of a spot though still.
Yeah, the real lack of 2 stars on Dawnblade's board is a real concern, especially as you're starting to move into the mid game at this point. It's really tough because you want to maximize the traits and you don't want to spend too much time spending money on units that you're not going to end up playing because it can cost you interest. But at the same time, when you're playing boards like this, they're overall just extraordinarily weak. But I mean, looking at Escher's board, it's even weaker. You know, Escher has taken over the job as the Rats player for this game, and I mean, even still, Escher finds himself at that precarious life total. You know, going down towards almost the halfway mark.
I think it's a little
3-3.
I think it's a little bit different in Escher's situation though compared to the situation that Raza found himself in. Is that Escher has the Hellion Spat, and when you have a Hellion Spat in a composition like this, you can run like one or two things. You can really push for like the potential 8 Hellion high roll, which isn't that really good, but you can also run the Lucian Hellion, which is something that was popularized a little bit earlier, before the Lucian nerfs at least. If he manages to get that 2-star Lucian pretty uncontested with the Hellion Spat, he can actually do some pretty decent damage with it.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
You're right. I think that it's still potentially not as strong as just the standard sort of Tristana Hellion, but it looks like they're actually opting for the 3-star Kled variant as the carry, which you don't see as often as the Tristana one, but it is actually still rather potent.
Funnily enough, you wouldn't exactly consider Tristana to exactly be a safe unit, but most of the time it is actually overall safer to play than something like the Kled more often than not. So it's a bit of a risky unit, as you said, Twig. Trying to prevent the Kled from just running in and immediately getting killed off can be a bit of a tough task, even with that extended health pool.
Yeah, it's definitely a choice. I'm hoping that they sell it. Yep, they do. Cool. That's good. They were just running it until they hit Tristana too. That's the right choice.
Now, this is a pretty critical showdown here. I'd say that, not just for the sake of trying to hype it up, but Escher needs to start getting onto a bit of a win streak here. I don't love this Sword Slam, though. You know, getting the potential for another Tristana item off of the Radiant Armory is a potential here. So, I mean, while it is a calculated decision where Escher is probably realizing that he needs really good cannon items, it still takes away an avenue and doesn't even pay off with a win here, mind you.
Yeah, it's such a payoff that you have to make here with health as well. Like, he's on 50 HP right now. Like, he can't really afford to lose much more, and there was still 2 combats between there and the armory. So slamming the sword, you know, maybe makes a 2 or 3 unit loss into a 1 unit loss, and that's pretty critical HP when you're sitting this low already.
Yeah, they were guaranteed like first pick of carousel here regardless, so the chances of them not being able to make BT after this round were rather low. So, you know, they got the cloak. It's exactly what they needed to sort of stabilize the Tristana a little bit more. So I do actually kind of agree. The Radiant item is like so important, I feel, but I don't know. I don't know if I would risk 2 rounds of losses until potentially hitting a good item at Radiant. You might not even hit a good Trist item. You might only hit good frontline items, and then you've lost needless HP. And at that low, when OCE is this desperate for top 4s, I don't know what the right play is.
On second thought, I don't hate it as much as I originally did here. In Escher's position, I really think that, you know, you mentioned the desperate position that OCE is in right about now. You pretty much have to go for a 1st or 8th play style, right? you have to try to play towards trying to win here. Otherwise, it's just not going to work out for you in the long term here, and it will just put SEE even further ahead. So I think that ultimately it's the correct decision. Frozen Heart of Gold, an excellent pickup here. Probably one of Escher's perfect items that he could have wished for.
Yeah, and he had plenty of aggressive options which he would have been eyeing off, but he would be very, very happy that he got the Frozen Heart of Gold there. One of Kenneth's best items, as you said there, Frosty. As you look over to Raya now, a little bit less sure on what he wants. You know, he's got a lot of defensive item choices. He does choose to go for the Radiant Zephyr, which we have seen a couple of times already today to great effectiveness, actually. Being able to pick up those carry units for so long that by the time they drop back down, they're basically dead.
Yeah, I don't see Radiant Zephyr getting picked up too often outside of tournaments and stuff, just because, you know, scouting is too much effort when you're playing a game that, you know, as Jose said, you kind of want to turn your brain off to play. But I think it's really good here. I think that the item in general is kind of crazy, just removing the front line or the back line for half of the fight can be really strong, especially when you have a carry that requires ramp up time, like a Yasuo. I think that's good. I think it's a really good pickup. I think that, you know, we sort of looked at Frozen Heart of God and we're like, oh my god, this is so good here, but then they already have a Frozen Heart. There's no point doubling up.
Yeah, definitely the case here. Moving into neutrals once more up against Wolves. It looks like Araya is in a bit of an interesting spot in terms of composition. Where do you think he's headed from here, Ducky? I mean, there's a lot of good options, but even managing to sell off the Yasuo here, what do you think he's looking for?
I mean, his board is kind of in a bit of a shambles, but when you look at like the items that he's got the GA that he can possibly make up, he's got the Hodge, he's got the Ginsus, he could look for a possible Aphelios. He's at the level 7 right now. He's got a decent amount of gold, so he can kind of roll down at that position and try and make sure that he can actually find a viable comp to make from it. I think he's like, units-wise, he's got a lot of flexibility that he's got on his board. Like, he has the Nunus, he has the Sejuanis, and all those can be a million different things. But when you see, like, the Ginsu, kind of that kind of combo, you're looking at either an Aphelios or a Jax.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, it's definitely tough.
Don't want to spectate Raza for the time being. Oh no, Raza gets Zephyred for 10 seconds there.
It's the Radiant Zephyr, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really tough.
That Nidalee is going to be... It's not going to be doing anything, but even still, it looks like the cleanup from Raza's board here is just too strong for the time being, and that the Nidalee doing cleanup is actually beneficial for Raza. Funnily enough, I think that the Radiant Zephyr is a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes, because sometimes you don't want to remove their carry. You just want to be able to just immediately target it down. But in this instance here, Raza is able to just leave the Nidalee alive for just the perfect amount of time and leap into the backline to clean it up.
Yeah, and as that was happening, we did see the Radiant Blessing drop down to Escher's board, and we have seen some very high roll Radiant Blessings. That was just a one-item Radiant Blessing. Just one component. Probably, you know, it's not the best thing to get. It's like, alright, I've raced the 40 gold. Hopefully I get a Tomb of Traits and 1,000,000 gold. And he just gets one rod. It's kind of disheartening when you hit that point in the comp, but that is the way the Radiant Blessing works. It's good to know that at least everyone will be getting the same thing. But when you're looking at Raz's current comp now, I do like the fact that he's adapted away from, you know, becoming the designated Wrath player. Given that responsibility to Escher. Escher's hit like a decent board for it, and he's got the Hellion spat, which is pretty nice, but if Escher doesn't hit this 3-star Tristone, it's actually going to very much be spell doom for this comp, which has just not worked out for the OCE Group B team.
Yeah, it's doing okay at the moment in the early game, but it's very quickly going to start falling off if there isn't a 3-star Tristana.
But you look at those items from Escher, and that's pretty much perfect itemization for your Tristana at this point of the game here. So, I mean, that's pretty much what I was expecting when you're trying to play for these rats, right? Is you want to try to hit, you know, 3-star Tristana naturally, all that sort of stuff. Well, Escher doesn't have that luxury, but still has the good items to be able to back it up. Araya, on the other hand, is definitely in a very healthy life total right now. playing a very strong front line, and I'd say a pretty strong back line as well. Doesn't have that Aphelios 2 quite yet, but overall, I'd stay in a very strong spot.
Well, yeah, we were debating earlier whether he'll go for like the Aphelios or the Jax. He does opt for the Aphelios. He has some very good items with it. He also found that extra sword so that he can make the Deathblade. Is quite strong. Not as strong as the Vel'Koz right now, but he is very much waiting on that that Aphelios 2. Once he hits that Aphelios 2, it is a very, very scary unit to contend with. We will be jumping in though with Araya's team S and the SEA boys as they try and figure out how to navigate this sixth and final game.
Rasa, what?
Ako bow rod tier. In that order. Important sa akin rod.
Oh, fuck. Kunin ko na,
Okay,
kunin ko na.
fine,
Kunin
fine, fine.
niya,
Yun na ako,
kunin
yun
niya.
na ako.
Oh my.
Ah,
Ano club ako? Crick club? Alam mo yung Crick club?
IE ako, IE. Ito.
Hindi, green mo na. May ano pa? Item pa sa...
Yeah. This is just in case.
Holy shit.
So we did hear in from the SEA boys. They're a little bit disappointed with what they got off the carousel. I'm pretty sure that was Araya calling for either one of the rod or the bow. Didn't get either. Got the glove instead. And as we were talking about, Escher needed to hit that 3-star Tristana as soon as possible. 23 HP is not where he would want to be when he hit it, but he has gotten there. And not only that, he has double Hellion spat.
Definitely a good spot for Escher to be in at the moment. Definitely somewhere that is potentially top 4able. Fingers crossed, because OCE really needs Escher to top 4 here. They need the whole team to top 4, but they definitely need Escher to do better than Tristana is doing at the moment. That is every Tristana I have ever played with and seen in a nutshell. That is, yeah, as you can tell, Escher's not happy about that.
Just jumped right into the Vel'Koz beam twice. No, that is the risk when you play Tristana. She sometimes does that, and it is not a good feeling. And Escher, all the animated person that he is, really showed it on camera there, Frosty.
I mean, it looks like Escher's Tristana was going to a bouncy house there because it got knocked up twice and then thrown around, and then just for good measure decided to jump straight into a Vel'Koz beam. So yeah, I'd bar bet saying that Escher is not happy whatsoever with the outcome of this. And these next few fights here are going to be big for Escher. Coming up against Master Els, who is pretty much in that Yasuo spot. We mentioned it before. Had a really good spot, but I mean, this is the strength of 3-star Tristana. Even after the nerfs here, it's absolutely devastating. It's just so annoying to play against. Every single time you thought you've caught it, it just bounces away. And especially with that Ginsu's as well, it's just... it buys so much time.
Master Els got a little bit trolled there by his positioning. His Yasuo was in the middle of no man's land because all the melee units walked off, took all the hexes, so that he could progress no longer, and it took the cannon to dash out to try and save him. But that cannon, talked about it earlier, the Frozen Heart of Gold, just cannot generate any mana off it, and that's what Yasuo needs. You know, he needs to be able to generate his spells so that he can get it stacking, and he just couldn't get any spell stacks to try and take out that 3-star Tristana.
It is what it is sometimes, but I mean, even still, Master Els in a pretty good spot here finds another spatula. Master Els is the spatula whisperer tonight, I have to say, because I mean, gosh darn it, even though we still had that stacked game number 2 before, it's just has a Cavalier spat and has the potential to go for an Assassin spat. I bet you've all seen a Cavalier spat. Lee Sin. I'm sure you've all seen an Assassin spat Lee Sin, but have you seen a Cavalier Assassin Lee Sin before?
Yes.
Well, we're about to find out. He just slams it before that combat. And it is a very terrifying prospect. He's going to be jumping into the backline of his teammate here.
Or is he?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It does the Cavalier thing first.
It does?
Yeah, it doesn't jump.
Yep.
It's really dumb. It's actually so bad. I know I have played this before, and it's actually like abysmal.
It's one of the instances where I actually think that trying to go for an assassin Yasuo here would have actually been the play over trying to go for the assassin Lee Sin. Even still, it is quite amusing. As we look over to Escher here, who is praying for the good Mort Dog to come out to play today. Question is, has Escher sacrificed enough to his altar to be able to please Mort Dog for the time being?
He's very much on struggle street right now. He's looking for that Cannon 3 right now, and he is having absolutely zero luck on this roll down, and he is now coming in to his captain, and this is not good.
I'm pretty sure Escher's probably dead here.
Even worse is that the cannon was not in a great position there, but I mean, getting a nice hook onto that Nidalee, it might just be enough here, just to be able to buy just enough time. I think he's still alive. I'm pretty sure he's still alive here. 2-unit loss at this stage of the game is at maximum. I believe it's a 9 health loss, so yeah, Escher is now in 1-hit territory though, and that is a big deal.
Well, the OCE boys can cheer for once. The Group B boys have not gone out in 8th. It's actually Asira, the designated Nocturne player for the SEA team, has gone out in 8th, which is good. The OCE boys can look up on that, but they have 3 players now within 1 lost territory between Razza, Dawnglade, and Escher, who we are currently on board with right now.
Poor Escher.
Yeah, poor Escher, dude. Poor Dawnglade, poor Razza as well. It has just not been their day today. You know, usually having pretty consistent showings when it comes to most regional events, but when you see something like this happening here, you just gotta wince, really. But even still, I think that this is not a loss for Escher. I think that this Tristana is just such a nuisance, and without the damage from the Aphelios there, that Haraya just doesn't have enough to be able to get through it for the time being. But I mean, hey, it looks like Escher is still alive and kicking as Dawnglade goes out in 7th.
That was just very painful to watch for Escher, just seeing the Tristana get bouncy castled with Thresh stuns, Diana just constantly CC Twig.
That hurt. That was torture. Like, even I don't even care that they won. It was still torture. But yeah, we'll go have a listen in to what Raz is thinking, what Escher's thinking as they're struggling on 1 life.
Are you guys in my matchups? You guys are in my matchups, so I just shouldn't send it, right?
You shouldn't send it because I have you, I think.
Yeah, I haven't played either of you for a while.
Who do you
So how do I position to try and let you win?
Can you try to be same side as the Yasuo player, Master Els? Because I'm gonna try and Lee Sin him.
Okay, so I'll just stay on this side then.
So try to be same side as like.
Okay, I'll swap back. I'll swap back. Okay.
Yeah, wherever
swap
he
back.
moves.
I think he's staying. I'm gonna swap back.
Oh, he
Okay,
swapped.
nice,
He
nice,
swapped. He
nice.
swapped. Oh, that's copium.
Escher should beat me. I haven't hit yet.
Yeah, I think I win. This is good. Because you have
Raz-
HP to spare, right?
Raza and Nashua are eventually gonna fight
I
each
actually
other.
kill units. But you should win. Yeah.
So
I just fought
we need
Escher
to
already though.
decide-
I fought him recently.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just fought Razza. He's not in my matchups.
Alright,
He
this is
also
perfect. This is
infinite.
perfect.
Good.
You need to decide which one of you is stronger.
I can fight you.
Very, very big win for Razza there on 1 HP. He was a little bit concerned he was on the wrong side, but it did make it work out. That Nidalee 3 doing a lot of damage in the Viego, also putting in some work, at least CCing the Yasuo near the end of that fight there. But they're not out of the woods yet. They've got to figure out, you know, how they're actually going to navigate this, because with 2 players within 1 lost territory, it is one of them's bound to go down, because they're going to have to match up with each other eventually, right?
That is in fact the way that the game of TFT works. Most of the time here, most players don't get lucky, but I mean, for the meantime here, it seems like Escher and Raza have finally hit their power spikes. You know, Raza has got an extraordinarily strong board with Viego 2 in there already, having that Lee Sin 3, but a classic Tristana play here, getting bouncy castled around, doesn't matter, has an extraordinarily good matchup into Vel'Koz, and I think that's one of the reasons why Tristana hasn't gone away quite yet, is because as a lot of players have thought that Tristana will leave the meta and finally be able to play Vel'Koz. Turns out some people are just addicted to pressing the D button. And so thus, we find ourselves in the very same position once again.
Are you in rerolls anonymous over here, Frosty? Are you one of
The
those
council
guys
will not be
addicted to-
pleased if I answer that question, so I must refrain.
Understandable. Well, we do get to the Elder Dragon here, with some big items for the players. The Dragon's Claw, Escher's probably licking his wounds there. It's not the worst. It's definitely not the best for him. Did see a Trap Claw or a Banshee's Claw, or one of the other players, didn't quite catch who. So, look, Escher is in a decent spot here. Definitely not a comfortable spot. Where do you think he kind of finishes out in this lobby, Twig?
5th. I think that if they don't hit Cannon 3, like, very, very soon, they're just doomed. I think that they probably, like, they just hit it. I just see on the right side, they hit it. Okay. They probably finish 2nd. Hot take. Genuinely, I think it makes that much of a difference.
We'll find out this
really
combat.
Good matchup. This is a really good matchup for Escher. This is the sort of thing
Yeah.
that you want heading into here, especially. It'll be big to see if this Lulu can get a cast-off. Gets a cast-off onto the 3-star Yasuo here, and it's going to be a big deal if Yasuo can manage to find the way onto the Tristana, but it looks like Escher may have just barely avoided death. The final hope for OCE in Escher manages to take down Master L, so it's not all doom and gloom here as Uncle Charlie still in first place there with a sizable health lead, but Escher just barely clawing on for the time being. Picks up a really nice Morello to finish off near perfect Kennen items. I'd say Escher is in prime position to potentially close it out for an OCE 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, and while we were looking at that, Raza got knocked out as well. So yeah, definitely just still not the best showing from OCE, but it's better than 3 people in the bottom 4.
Absolutely. As we all say, Mort Dog giveth, and Mort Dog taketh away. Alright, coming into the final 4 and the final game of today's series, we've got Araye trying to position this Radiant Zephyr here, and is up against Boljo's teammate. I mean, it's got to feel bad in this sort of position here. You really don't want to be getting a lot of damage in on your teammate, especially when you just really want to solidify your position going into day number 2 here. And it looks to be like this is a pretty decent loss. A 4-unit loss puts you into 1-hit territory, but Escher is still alive.
Yeah.
And that's really big for OCE.
Yeah, that was the thing I was really looking out for there, was I was looking at the sideboard there just to make sure that Escher lived through that combat, because if Chubby Bunny took down Escher, that would have absolutely been disastrous for the OCE guys. Like, sure, Chubby Bunny saves a bit of HP, he was on that 40 level now. Now, Chubby Bunny gets that Radiant Blessing. We know that it's not that good, it was only 1 item this game, just 1 item component. This is the best possible position that Escher could be in. He's still alive, his teammate is still top HP in the lobby, and he's just got to pray to God that his Tristana doesn't get one-shot by this Aphelios.
Yeah, well, he's done what he can to make sure that it doesn't get Zephyred right off the bat. So he knocks out the Aphelios, he should be able to win the rest of the combat immediately after that. So the positioning there is really important. Not getting Zephyred does take out Arya. That's good. That's really good for OCE.
Now that's one of the SEA compatriots down for the OCE boys. Now they've just got Boljo in their path. Chubby Bunny did just cop a pretty significant loss to the final SEA player standing in this lobby. But if Escher manages to roll into them and manages to get a decent enough HP on them, this could actually be an OCE 1-2.
Definitely. Looking over at Boljo's board, however, that is awfully scary, but I love the sword pickup from Escher here, trying to get a Shojin in onto that Thresh to enable more than 1 cast. Could be potentially devastating against the board of Boljo, who does rely quite a little bit on that Nidalee, and being able to get an instantaneous hook onto the Nidalee could be a big dealio. But it looks like I am mistaken there, because Chubby Bunny is the one playing the Riven. And it looks like this is going to be even better into the board of Boljo, who is trying to play the A-bomb board.
Yeah, I think this is a good matchup for Tristana as well. I think this is probably the best that Escher can
I
hope
got
for.
knocked
It does
up.
get knocked up mid-air, but it doesn't even matter. Oh, it does. No, it does matter. That is so unfortunate for Esh. Esh is definitely not going to be happy about that one. Doesn't even manage to kill the Teemo. Not that it would have changed anything, but does end up dying to the Morello tick, and Esh is out at third.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's just the problem when it comes to some of these late game situations with the A-bomb board is there's just so many threats. There's 2 A-bomb, there's 2 Fiddlestick 2s with 2 redeemed spats on them.
And we were talking about it earlier. Redeemed is one of those traits that if you have a spat for it, you may as well slam it on because, you know, the passive bonus stacks up based on the amount of redeemed units that die, and it gets split between them. So if you have sharing of the units, it's not the end of the world. It's just more stats being shared around.
Yeah, not bad at all. Still works out pretty well here.
There's a whole lot of love to be given on the board from Borjo from the time being, but we're going to come into potentially what could be the final combat here as Chubby rocks into the board of Boljo, who gets off some big casts here. The Riven gets right in the face here, and it looks like the damage is starting to come through. The Vel'Koz is down here. The 2 Fiddlesticks also managed to get a bit of a house on the rest of the board here, but it looks like Chubby has managed to take down Boljo perfectly. OCE will take down the final game of the OCE versus SEA day number 1 here. What do you think about that, Twig? Your boys finally did you proud.
Very happy to see OCE get high placement in this third game. It's going to close the gap a fair amount. If they didn't get that first place, it was going to be really, really dicey as to going into day 2 and then winning the whole tournament. So yeah, pretty happy for OCE here.
Yeah, and look, that is the kind of ending that they really would have been hoping for. At least they didn't, like, completely capitulate 3 games in a row. What this means is that it's at least for a salvageable position for tomorrow. Like, they get the first, which is good. That's 10 points just off the bat. That is just perfectly fine. They managed to get a third in there as well. So while it's not, like, amazing in terms of the bridging that, I think it was like a 21-point gap before the start of that game, they're just nipping away at it. And you know what? There's still 6 games to go tomorrow. It could just be the fact that maybe the Rats weren't hitting today, but the Rats can certainly hit tomorrow, Frosty.
Absolutely, and we've seen it throughout today as well, where the point totals have switched back and forth, and it's been extraordinarily close quite a few times here and there. So, I mean, all it takes is just a similar start that we saw in day number 1 here with OCE Group A against C Group A, and heck, we could be seeing OCE take it down tomorrow. It's still up in the air.
Yeah, OCE being able to bring it back in that final game, as we mentioned, that was a super important game leading into it. They managed to navigate it nicely. Sure, there was a few bumps in it. Escher managed to make the Rats comp work, which is important. That's been the one, like pillar of the OCE game plan. And it's also like the second pillar was the fact that SEA's game plan, which was revolving around the Nocturne, didn't work that game. So it was a good mix of factors. As you can see here, the final scores are in for the OCE versus SEA Showdown. SEA manages to take the win on day 1 with 132 points, thanks to the absolutely massive effort by their Group B team, 78 points all up. But OCE, you know, they brought a little bit back, 3 points back in that final game to try and bridge that 21-point gap. They end day 1 on 114 points. But you know what? We're only halfway through, and you know, even halfway through a TFT game, you're not even quite sure what your board's going to be like, Twig. So there's still plenty of ways that OCE could find themselves back into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen again. Group A for OCE had a really good showing. So, you know, fingers crossed they'll be able to carry Group B across the line. But I think everyone's still a little bit, let's go with disappointed as to Group B's performance. We were hyping them up a lot during the, you know, switch over, expecting great things from them. And they sort of, you know, they brought it back a little bit in their third game, but they didn't do the sort of like, you know, they didn't clear out SEA like we thought they would.
Look, Frosty, Twig, before I let you guys go for the night, I do want to get one last thing from you guys. Frosty, MVP for the night.
Oh, that's a tough ask, honestly. I'd say my MVP for tonight has gotta be... Oh, man, I gotta... it feels bad. Oh, I don't want to say it. Oh, I'm gonna have to stick with Angora. I think Angora did a wonderful job today, and it was just a standout player for me. I was really impressed with the way that managed to navigate through all these different boards, finding compositions that weren't being played, and just overall seemed like really glued with the rest of the players in the team.
Twig?
Jose, still Jose. I think that without Jose's group A performance, I think the SEA would be they would be pretty far behind OCE overall. I think that the way that they played the Group A games helped a lot.
Well, unlike you guys, I'm actually going to swap my pick. I'm actually going to say Array because he absolutely blitzed it for Group B for SEA there. Played a very, very nice Karma game in Game 4. And he managed to play very, very flexibly, which allowed his team to really thrive. That kind of thing is not really looked on. A lot of the guys, they were very static in their comps, like Jose was the blender guy. And we talked about in OCE how Raza was like playing rats until the final game. Array was just playing whatever he got, and it worked every game. So for him, he gets my MVP for the night, but the action is not done yet. So there is still 6 games to play, and they won't be played tonight because it is getting late over here. They will be played tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. AEST. Catch us in the same space, twitch.tv/order_army. This has been the TFT OC versus SEA Showdown presented by Order. I'm Docky, and thank you. Have a wonderful night.